what you can sing. Kwabena, Kaja Gumamianko. Bobie Ansah, Berma Bemeti Garafru Kube Puntimpunasi Sokode, no Akanchra Katabin say you, what you can sing. Kwabena, Kaja Gumamianko. Bobie Ansah, Berma Bemeti Garafru Kube Puntimpunasi Sokode, no Akanchra Katabin say you, what you can sing. Kwabena, Kaja Gumamianko. Bobie Ansah, Berma Bemeti Garafru Kube Puntimpunasi Sokode, no Akanchra Katabin say you, what you can sing. Kwabena, Kaja Gumamianko. Bobie Ansah, Berma Bemeti Garafru Kube Puntimpunasi Sokode, no Akanchra Katabin say you, what you can sing. Kwabena, Kaja Gumamianko. Bobie Ansah, Berma Bemeti Garafru Kube Puntimpunasi Sokode, no Akanchra Katabin say you, what you can sing. Kwabena, Kaja Gumamianko. Bobie Ansah, Berma Bemeti Garafru Kube Puntimpunasi Sokode, no Akanchra Katabin say you, what you can sing. Kwabena, Kaja Gumamianko. Ansah, Berma Bemeti Garafurkube Puntimpunasi Sokode, no Akanchra Katabin say you, what you can say, Kwabena, Kaja Guma Mianko. Bobie Ansah, Berma Bemeti Garafurkube Puntimpunasi Sokode, no Akanchra Katabin say you, what you can say, Kwabena, Kaja Guma Mianko. Bobie Ansah, Berma Bemeti Garafurkube Puntimpunasi Sokode, no Akanchra Katabin say you, what you can say, Kwabena, Kaja Guma Mianko. Bobie Ansah, Berma Bemeti Garafurkube Puntimpunasi Sokode, no Akanchra Katabin say you, what you can say, Kwabena, Kaja Guma Mianko. Bobie Ansah, Berma Bemeti Garafurkube Puntimpunasi Sokode, no Akanchra Katabin say you, what you can say, Kwabena, Kaja Guma Mianko. Bobie Ansah, Berma Bemeti Garafurkube Puntimpunasi Sokode, no Akanchra Katabin say you, what you can say, Kwabena, Kaja Guma Mianko. Bobie Ansah, Berma Bemeti Garafurkube Puntimpunasi Sokode, no Akanchra Katabin say you, what you can say, Kwabena, Kaja Guma Mianko.
this hospital. The radiology department, also known as the imaging or diagnostic department, can also be found on the ground floor. The radiology department provides X-ray services, which are captured in real time. This department also has a fluoroscopy and a 128 slices CT scanner. Other features found on the ground floor are the data room, 4 lifts, and domestic utilities facilities, which can also be found in every ward throughout the hospital. A cashier unit and an ATM can also be located on this floor. The first floor includes a hospital suite. This functional space can be found on all floors. The departments on the first floor are equipped with an ENT consulting and treatment rooms, audiology and waiting area. The eye clinic has its very own consulting and treatment rooms, lensing and glazing with a CO2 laser, which is the only one in the country, and an optical shop. This floor also houses the urology department with consulting and examination rooms. The maternity wards, also known as the Obs and Gynae ward, has a nurses station which is visible on all wards throughout the hospital, and a NICU ward for premature babies. The surgical department can also be found on this floor. This department sports a theater, delivery suite, recovery and isolation wards. The hospital also has a doctor's lounge, which can be found on the first, second and third floors. The second floor has 2 theaters with an ICU, and recovery ward. The dental unit has its very own laboratory, treatment and recovery rooms. The clinical laboratory can also be found on the second floor, with state-of-the-art equipment for cutting-edge treatment and examinations in biochemistry, parasitology, hematology, microbiology, and molecular biology. This department also has a blood bank and a sterile room. The male ward can also be found on this floor. On the third floor is a physiotherapy department. The fourth floor has its own VVIP and executive wards, with rooms that look like a 5-star hotel with correspondent care and services. This floor also houses the miscellaneous diagnostic area, which installs the following units: endoscopy, ECG and EEG. On this floor is the kitchen and staff canteen areas. The hospital training room can also be found on this floor. This is a multi-purpose conference facility which comes with an audiovisual room. 2 smaller meeting rooms can also be found on this floor, as well as a library and the main security control room for the hospital. The rooftop holds the hospital's technical outdoor units, such as the solar panels, air conditioning, LPG gas system, refuse chute system, water treatment plant, 2 smaller storerooms, and a bigger general storage area. Connecting to the main building, as mentioned previously, is the ancillary block, known as the administrative building, where there is a public eatery and parking bay for staff. The first floor of the ancillary building is home to the medical waste and sterile room, known as the ECODAS. There are 2 offices and a changing room found in this department. The holding bay has 2 cold rooms. This unit also has an office and waiting area. The laundry room can also be found on this floor. The second floor is home to the medical director's office and other administrative offices. The third floor has the office of the CEO of the hospital and
Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berema be meti gara furukube punti mpunasi sokode. Wakachira katabin say you watu unkensen. Kwabena keja.
Live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show Wednesday afternoon. Yamamunyina yamamu akwaba. Baby I will be anu when say why crado say ene oni ebe adwuma. But I say ni ebe no. Say ni ebe no. Piatu mame. And say ya Forsen Ansah join Shukura Sani Akime Martin Smart. Thank you. And ye be buye mu agu omo sa ye be bu na bujen sa ye be same. All right, so Alhaji Jibro from Jata Cement. Yeah, Jata Cement. Yeah, company. Yeah, company. Baba Nyame Isra Ora Ibrahim Mahama Baba na enra so ye Jata Cement penfo no ba ko birthday enra we invite Esoko we invite Isro Ojashi Nyame advice be say Kofi Jokpa is here with us on Facebook. All right, so that's it. Let's go.
Mo
so that's it. Yeah, Nante. Udi musikano. Won't mean you free. But when it hits you and it's nice, you do it in your own way. So enjoy it. I take them, bro. Thank you so much. Okay, so cost of living. And so we use and kania wutia. Adriania auto. Rent. Talk to me. What is happening to you? Yes, you see, Obi Musa Bani say, and Kania Buono, why? Somebody should ask Akufuado, why? Just because when we are seeking in Eddie, and after chopping the money, you went to the IMF, they have given you a year conditions via water and electricity tariffs to go up from 1st September. Why? The ordinary Ghanaian aduane water. Go to the market. Jenny, tomatoes. It's getting scary. I'm scared. Especially youth. Rent. Rent is getting scary. I am. Now, just look at Amaya inflation, say, Medemana. All right, so for you not to Amame. Ghana, for just quick 5 minutes. Watch this. Yenirani Ebobra. Burkina, they have their own issues with Islamist attacks. Mali, they say Niger. Apart from say coup, SCR 3 countries, they are battling air terrorists attacks each and every day. Ghana, yes, terrorist threats no high, but we haven't gotten to the level like Niger, Burkina, Mali. Check our inflation. 43.1%. Mali is doing 2.2%. Niger is doing 1.6%. Burkina is doing 14%. And your Facebook page, into me a retrieve. Check this. Yenina na COVID no be hit ye. Check this. It's sad. It's really sad. So my way at me about bedru baby a edri. Cost of living. Me mama for just 10 minutes. Talk to me. Say yes, about betun kania boom, ye betun suo boom. Talk to me. 10 minutes. 0302208090. Enemy Nkasa. Then you turn back and you tell the people, you be breaking the 8. Talk to me. Hello?
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, madam.
Unim Bibi.
Catch me.
Me amiti mini obiara yesu kwa na FM. Masuma obia sani mi sika 4 million. Se mi koto duani bedi ni eduro no. Mantimi ato duro no duani su ya timi ato problemi. 4 million na fa.
Wow.
Ena midi ti he you.
4 4 million and me and 12
Me see 4 million ye di kodjum enamu po enamu baku miensa ye namu miensa pe 600 titi be ye dia sesi aye ni itinu titi sikana ni yebo papa miti e komi o e kom ene timi nanu mu rafui ma boss aye sere mikra wo fie se eye tro timi ja ye na msiu mami ye se bia miti u bi savi twete gana krami nyama
anya rafo no anya ntro unfortunately no I have no control over it. I wish I have control over it. Enka me ye bia ma mami.
Oh.
It's yeah, ahomete.
Papa
it's so sad. It's so sad.
Ye bin mu dia ye bre.
So sad.
You.
It's so sad. All right, me da say hello. Pacho from so free.
Pacho ya frami Joe Ashama no wa 2.
Yankasa Joe.
Me kasa fi Ashama.
Yankasa.
Bobie, me ti say a cost of living in there, e be kan ho asem dey amata. Enye na o. Amamo fun time we still at the party be try radio so different by we amata. Ye bre me ka say ko fi so be say 3 days me
13 days.
Nyama ya kusa. Say alagbe ya timiti abusa betumu. Water be ya timiti ya. Say abusa betu say dem 14 obu pese ye wo Ghana. Omu kana yanki. Bobie wa mini bebre kan ti o de wa mi da because 70 American fun achire omo ti mi da ati.
All right, okay. So now Adolescent is watching you with your friend and your granddaughter Nana Ajewa, Washington State. All right, so Ejayasimu Washington. All right, Votia O2 says, Bobie, good afternoon. Tomorrow is my daughter's birthday. Please wish her for me. Her name is Rosalind, popularly known as Sweet Baby. Bobie, I love you and your show so much. Thank you, Votia O2 Desmond. And happy birthday, advance one to Rosalind. Ochina any birthday. Hey, Tiena August one. Okay, hello. Pajo e France free.
Yeah, from John, me friend Gigi.
John Yankasa.
Yeah, Bobie.
Talk to me.
Only me say me pe show no pa.
Yes, I know.
Me pe show no pa the way o kasa no. Minya opportunity there one wo ankan me kan check the o kanu. Bobie only me say ma to electricity bill.
Yeah.
And water.
Yeah.
And we fuel.
Yeah.
Iti papa we dey no o person ye wo Ghana.
Almost some dey call IMF. IMF say the omo nye no.
Pe we no mu jini nya IMF scar to I some dey wie. Omo we dey na me ni ti ase o. Sa Reverend Matemu ni asofofo na mama time na omo kasa no. Omo we.
Omo so omo didi.
Omo didi so omo ye fun mi omo ye fun mi omo nya sika so egu omo gotom badati sabani sisa no omo nim no mbe kasa Bobie min donya mi me organize youth for na ya ma peke ke omo na ya ko bu omo ni subai omo no omo so omo nu Ghana penifo no omo gu omo nu mu omo no omo so omo nu penifo no omo anya 80 years 90 years nu omu no mu so manu omu pese ya youth for nu your future be bright.
All right, okay.
Wait, yakubo be to omu ka wa ba one.
Thank you. So cost of living. Hello.
Bobie.
Your brother free.
Collins me midway through Mamole e Woganof municipal.
Now let's talk about cost of living.
Inia, share aya ye ka sembia Bobie. Obi fi se sebi. E bi en this wo position ti o person oba ban mu. Enye no kure. Cost of living Bobie share eneme say wo be nu koko. E kani President President Mahama nyɛ ɔsoro abɔfo ɔyɛ nipa sɛbɛnfo nso wɔ no ho but last 5 years 6 years 7 years Bobie before God the man okura 2 cedi utokoko ni sugar 1 cedi no wato pan no anase kose no na okɔ baby no ina ubenu koko keke Bobie ade 10 cedi what to kura fa ne say e bia tese who skuzu 7 cedi dokun ya boto kumpo
adwuma ba na ye tell me
me construction firm me border so me carpenter ni pa Bobie share cost of living aye de papa ni toyame.
Okay, so omo forward there dey omo mark you say 150 Ghana cedis.
Yes and only daily mark I may see carpenter professional ones in America we are labor there and they 120 but professional ones mason carpenters 150 a day. Imagine see we ye juma we be a kaswa when your contract there na say obi abefa by day share distance a woman wo dey ko we in and out net biane once penny biane kura Bobie 50 cedis net 50 cedis ni free 150 no aka 100 ti no free obe fia we busia so twɛn it not just a single day ni there we supply na the koye so we koye no na watching so a every day na hand to mouth hand to mouth na President Mahama ye juma boy you to brought my Ghana now to opposition we better take your muscle and no need to come once the ayet meto we President Mahama
all right
na na me we kura no Bobie yakopo wo ho oye ni bibia o ni kwan so say your man pin na ko fa do abedio man pania he nka ye hu different between or no any President Mahama me da see.
Mr. Medase, my man picking me last 2 callers. Now, Sugar Lord says, let me check. Okay, so good show, boss. Cost of living is hell. Let me move. Hello,
good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Pacho. Frozen free.
Pacho, Makasafri,
Ashaiman, okay, talk to me.
Bobie be babo kore.
Nyami adum boko.
Uhuye pa de.
Good.
When Pacho, me wo number. Serious ba me kasa be important rating ba me wa sha matete
okay
no man no koto kana wonder enyo papa we option ku yo kana we do nyame ba ye voter rating for no get the landscape se Mahama papa na de wa so this year we mu pa de ye voter rating for yempene we do nyame.
All right, thank you. Yemfa last caller. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
But to watch.
Pajose.
Watch me.
Okay, all right.
Me pacho omo obuko to abama nanado. I was say obuko omuko to jenim na mo bo pa ya for money so. Because if you can cost work Ghana o. We construction work. Uko ene otina yen frau. Ka ubenya ena na obe yekutankola live etment na ye o ya. O man pen for no muto mu support na nado. They should go down on their knees and pray for forgiveness. That's it. Bye-bye.
Mr. That's it. So now we have gotten to a point using electricity, water. I bet to say, why you bunny? And they are punishing you. A young guy, a year where we school, or person attending a quatina nasi. A juma ben oye, when you say Eddie are rented dying. Unfortunately, the president is complaining about unemployment to us. Said the unemployment rate in Ghana is unacceptable. A year or no president no on peneso. Into or if you say me nkofre a year rexoma na memfa a year a Bernard Bodan Monka near me solve employment issue no unemployment issue. If we say president who unemployment and a bua free yeah, or who unemployment none a bua free citizens no. into a complaint say a very unacceptable. Na watu kwai 7 years na kufa dunia. Na watu kwai. Obaye emaburu nya adwuma nye. Enti ama last week ne bu afu pa. Yes, emo akasa. So oja o man ho koye no. Unemployment na dos nti afei no waba. 7 years din. Afei en waba. Nti the all catch there no. Then we are talking about rent. We are talking about nsuo, kanea, food. We are having issues our border so and other places. Now the point is say onipa dasani woye den atrans se Ghana ni. When the president done one no complaining at the achre yen Ghana for one hwe yi na bie wano a yes penny where did the penny atem. So it's okay. We just leave it like this. But it's so sad that the idea of my show nipa dasani ya o maami awo no 9 months atete no ewa abomosu chebi ya onim nyansa onim kwa ya ofa so wi asika onim nyansa woni trim odi wi asika but say nipa no onim nyansa woni trim say ade bi wo aye nka nkyere omanfo wo ye pani a don't say it 7 years ni no eye ne so oti opposition oni futufo ode nkola abunum ne twa no ho hia omusuro no akoni abrewai maami wo ka de di onima ne besene mienko asa. So yeah, we will just take it like that and leave it. But I'm so sad that the president is complaining to us. Say Bernard Mona any derkeje no enko fixe unemployment no buy no ne buafu 7 years no ni Ghana ha senko ha anko solve ni nyina na san say oni ho na odi ja yen say yen panyuma e man krofo no nti ne buafu efiri say e listo we ne ko gu banks ni nyina na sia na mete say listo we ne gu banks ni nyina atutum akotun safo na gu baabi any ase ye friend say microfinance yi so samija mfi na agu ni nyina ono a nti ofa porter say Bernard Bona na akopam krofo nyina free port no watotum na waka chom so muntua taxes soso wo port enya ono de enya ono a ono de wa ya dey enya ono a Sergeant Bank sikani nyina na nkrofo de ya adwuma no wo derkeje ho nti enye kufuado a nti o complaining say unemployment is unacceptable nti ye mebie banks no ya radio stations ya me na me gu no say radio station na ya gu no mia Bobie me na me gu ni nyina to asimi nsa mbie na nkrofo nya adwuma nye wan hwe ye na obie wano a waka say na waka so mo dam we mami ntwa so Agrex akwaba
just me Bobie
boko de
boko kaba
arise
save Ghana now
arise
save Ghana now
arise
save Ghana now
arise
or never.
Thank you.
Kwabena, you are hereby called on the table of Arise Ghana. On this program, you cannot call him Rex. You must adhere to the tenants of
say there be afena ye babe introduction.
He is henceforth called the president.
The president Safeni ye babe convener.
And common from him.
Thank you.
I'm the porter.
You are the porter. Meso when I'm ye keeper.
Hey, our chief farmer is here.
Eja Bernard akwaba. Father Bernard. Boko there.
Commander.
Bibi aboko.
Enye boko sao.
Sao. Enye boko kra.
The nyansafo no omasa ewo Ghana mo.
Asemo.
Nyansafo mo wahi.
It's sad.
What is the opposite of nyansafo?
You can say Bully. I come on,
popular stand.
But Meka was
the last one.
Yeah.
Of the level of ignorance but madness came from Stephen Adai, and I have refused to call him professor any longer, because when Obia wako school aye nyina yetimi abonsam amount say why ye be now abeye obinfo. And when you speak, it's like somebody is belching out. So in belching. It doesn't elicit, say, we should give you the same respect and reverence. Nanka yade maono. Papa, you see, at the height of recklessness, you should call for the resignation of the governor of the Bank of Ghana and any deputies. Now say, oh yeah, sir. Naturally say you have collapsed and brought low esteem into the central bank. You didn't hear him?
Yeah.
That's what you said.
Yeah, I did.
I can't believe this.
Yes.
Until the opposition have been reckless, calling on reckless and irresponsible. Say they will call for NIPA Wadika Ediabra Central Bank. And I say this with pain because Stephen Adai know he's not a common person. Unim say Professor Mills' office no buy na man say Uncle Jimpa, Uncle Rani Jimpa.
Yeah.
It was Professor Mills who agreed that he should come and lead Jimpa at the time when he thought it was impossible. Sound-mindedness, NMAO, Ebeye Juma Wajimpa, and you end your name. Wakosi school. School Nukurampa Wakosi, and that's why I'm saying that it pained me. Sa school now Wakosi, it's a boarding school. Unim sa. Say Papa yi ebebie na noa. No say we should scrap the boarding system. Okay, I don't.
Ni school no I say.
I have forgotten the name of the school, but you can just Google it for me.
Anyway.
He said that we should scrap the public boarding system because it's imposing more economic hardship and difficulties on government. So, okay, say the school people, no, I say I say scrap the boarding system because it's expensive.
But on only school near boarding.
Yes, and this man is a professor. And then he thinks that by scrapping boarding system, that means quality education. You know, that's why I said I'm unable to call him professor, but I'll tell him he's Stephen Adai so that we can be at the same level. Now, if you have a governor, and Bobie way as simple, the Bank of Ghana is a lender of last resort. So, sir.
Yeah.
Now, say lender of last resort. Naturally, say banks now more or my munu. So, musika esa na amanfo epe musika efi banks no ha. The banks now run to the central bank. Then the central bank will liquefy them. What do you say?
Yeah.
You inject liquidity into the commercial and development banks so that they'll be able to meet their obligations to their customers. Sesiano, the Bank of Ghana, Omudika, they are in debt. They are not solvent. Nipa na omoma ye could do baby a ye was Sesiano. Yes, you omun nime juma. Then you say that if we remove them, it will bring crisis to the banking sector.
Meanwhile, they have created crisis for the bank already.
It is their presence that has created the crisis. And you don't know that the best way to cure the crisis is to remove them. Now,
what do you what's your kati enobaye no eno obi atufu say spray wo mu you free wo so yin akati no afuo no asebese but akati no so da say afuo no
I don't understand, and this is coming from Stephen Adai. Yes, a professor.
Madness.
You understand? This is no more ignorance, it's madness. Say, you have partisan bigots. Now, Omubi Omanoa, they want us. Look, Bank of Ghana say, Omo building, no. Baby a ewo.
Yeah.
Almost is earthquake proof. That is why they need a new headquarters.
Yes.
Ghana School of Law wo ho. Mokola Market, the biggest market, ewo ho. Yeah. Ghana Commercial Bank ewo office kesiye wo ho.
Yeah.
Ansah Bank ewo office kesiye wo ho.
I think the Supreme Court also
Post Office ewo ho.
The Supreme Court
the
is closer.
Supreme Court is just there. The Economic and Organized Crime Office ewo ho. In fact, Oba yewo Shraj Office wo ho. Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park wo ho. So it is only Ghana Bank of Ghana that is earthquake susceptible into enunkwa na ebeyi. Ye nyina ye say Accra in its totality is the epicenter of earthquakes in Ghana. Nka enu na eya adwen a omodi ba besi Bank of Ghana fofra nka omomfa nkosa nkana ana Kintampo kurampo ya. Because Kintampo is seen to be the center.
But I am say omama a explanation to that project.
I am coming.
And they have given the background.
Don't worry.
To that project.
If you don't read, Bobie, your own kind.
Okay, so
if you read the background, you even get more agitated.
So almost I'm just telling you that they have given
us. Make say you should be background. More agitated and not to try to re-echo the silliness that they have provided.
Like what?
One, almost see they conceived the idea in the year 2019. And yes, sir. 2019 now, almost conceived the idea, no. 2020, Anna, Omo year then. Omo Dabi, Omo share says Omo Babes in Nay.
Almost at that school near friend Ghana Christian International High School.
Kriwai.
Christian.
Now, when I tell you that Christianity and religion is part of the problems of this country, you think I'm kidding. Because from independence, Kwame Nkrumah was a Christian. Up to date, religious influences. If this is the kind of doctrine Christianity and Islam has left for us, religion has done us more harm than good. Because everybody, they either swear by the Bible or the Quran. And yes, sir?
Yes.
Most of the people, in worst cases, no matter cross. Either Bible, Quran, or the cross. Obiya swear by the gods of Sankana.
So, Musuru.
They will not.
Kalibi
is the biggest god in your deity in Sankana. Go and swear by it.
They dare not.
Go and swear by the rain and see whether thunder will not strike you. But as for Quran, you can swear with it and go and sleep with your brother's wife and nothing will happen. You can take the Bible and swear and go and sleep with your father's wife, nothing will happen. Go and swear by the deities and do this. So Christianity, what's your friend saying?
Ghana Christianity.
And so if Christianity produces the like of Stephen Adai, don't you think that
Ghana Christian International High School,
Christianity produces the likes of Stephen Adai, who cannot stand to the test of Christianity, then it means that Christianity is a problem. A major problem. It is not that in the days of the old Bible by say, close our eyes and let's pray. And you be a nim na ye kita Bible no mafa ya asasino la asasino omona mufakoye. They took the land, they took our wealth and left the Bible with us, and here we are shouting hallelujah, praise God. Have you seen that in China they do hallelujah, praise God? Or India they do hallelujah, praise God? Are they not developed? We are here talking about being a Christian nation, a Muslim nation. So, in fact, one of the problems that probably we need to confront is the root. Because we are using these things to deceive ourselves too much. But on a more critical note,
yeah,
when the governor comes to tell you that maybe our more headquarters is earthquake prone. Now, I've counted, you can count, there's even a school there. Prince, there is a school around that place, Baden Power Hall. There is a school there. So what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Then the next excuse and they say, oh, we want to establish it to look like the one in Abuja and the one in Senegal, Dakar. So that say West Africa eba befa currency, one common currency, Ghana can bid for the headquarters of that currency.
Can you imagine?
Oh, you have not heard that argument. So it is about buildings. It is not about the quality of the human beings that will be there. That is the rationale for which we have to put this money. In any case, sure, you will start and conceive idea 2019.
No, but I heard them saying, and even my reading tweet me from Ahiyagba, that NDC administration has some pass as they that project. But I haven't heard the NDC rebuttal on it.
That one.
Forgive me, correct me.
That one on itself. Look, the crux of the matter is, Obia and Kasema is head office. In everything, there is an appointed time. Okay? First and foremost, the issue is, head office no musino is highly overinflated. And at the timing now, omudisino.
Wrong.
Wrong. Because even if, let's even assume, say, they started having the idea in 2019 and 2020, no almost that year. 2020, there was COVID.
Mm-hmm.
This same Bank of Ghana governor, Ebe Kachere say, Bank of Ghana was not set up to make profit, so as to justify almost 60.8 billion now. Omabokano. So they were not set up to make profit, but they were set up to lose money.
Yeah.
No problem. Then this same Bank of Ghana governor, Ansah Bekachere say, oh, 2014, 2015, thereabout, they made profit. And be no mudi si omo office. The question, maybe Sane say, 2019, 2020, what was the debt to GDP ratio in this country? If Bank of Ghana is the central bank, that's a Minister of Finance, that's the Minister of Finance, the Bemom approvals to build that project now. Sad time, no, na Ghana, a kase na ameni yenya na ye debt, a friend said to GDP ratio, and yes, sustainable. Those were the days, not even World Bank, a 1 year say, Yabosiana, California, Tanam, Debia, Eurobond, because of the Obenyantino. We were being warned. And out of arrogance, it's a click. Those days, you were able to raise $250 million. So the question office was even approved as credit amount of crown. Project is $81 million.
Yeah.
That is. I can read it here. It's here. It started from $81 million. And now, variation. And I call 121 million. Plus 121 point something million dollars. That's
so hold on. Bank of Ghana new office no. It started with $81 million.
Approved by the Public Procurement Authority.
Which year?
That is 2020. 4th September. There's a letter here. 4th September 2020. I can read it to you because I'm reading it in a bewa.
Okay.
At the emergency sitting on Friday, 28 August 2020, the committee reviewed.
Okay, President, send me a copy so that we can put it here and read it. So send me a copy. So right send me a copy.
Let me send you a copy right now.
Yeah, send me a copy.
It's a semna ye kano enye fedi agrosem. Kwabena masendu is here.
All right. Okay. So me to
okay. I say at the emergency sitting on Friday, 28 August 2020, the committee reviewed with satisfaction the BOG's revised evaluation report, but noted that the recommended award figure of 121.078.517.994 substantially exceeded the Public Procurement Authority approval estimated amount of 81.882.640.00. BOG was subsequently requested to provide justification for the recommended award amount in relation to the approved amount by PPA. So, as at 2020, no, this is what PPA was telling them. What you say? So, at the end from 81, my jump up 121, $40 million difference. After the young monka come in here, must spend 222 point something million, and no cramosi assassin come. What is going on in this country?
Okay, so members, we are going to deal with two issues: the actuals of Bank of Ghana, losses. One issue. The building no issue, no, so another separate issue. So that a man for me at TSC, and they will appreciate why as a Ghana for Haiti Street. But before that, no quick one, I have the T Central Tender Review Committee document you just sent me, and I have it on our Facebook page here, Ministry of Finance. So construction of new corporate office complex, and this letter is dated 4th September 2020. Almost from the 10 key project. 10 key project. Okay, so please refer to the letter number blah 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 and dated 4th September 2020, which was submitted on the above subject. Yeah.
For the sake of your listeners, 10 key project ni me say. Oma contract and contract now. Obey the BBA we come so do keep about show them.
Okay.
That's a 10 key. So it's not what the money we are to completion. Not behind over key amount and okay. 10 key projects. Yes.
All right, thank you. So that's point two. Was the committee reviewed the Bank of Ghana's evaluation report at the emergency sitting on Wednesday, 12 August 2020. In a letter dated 12 August 2020, the committee noted that issues of capacity used for the disqualification of measures Man Enterprise Ghana Limited contradicted the basis for the shortlisting and approval of the tender to participate in the restrictive tender. Also, variances in technical scoring by the evaluation on experience, turnover, personnel, and equipment requirements suggested the use of subjective sub-criteria for the evaluation of proposals, among others. So, even with the contract, there were issues.
There is a whole issue.
There were issues, right?
Yes.
There were issues, right?
A lot of issues.
Because what I'll tell you,
yes.
So even on the contract,
in the tender and everything, there were issues.
There were issues.
Yes.
I see. Okay, so at the emergency sitting on Friday, 28th August, not just one year 12 of the year, and 28th August 2020, the committee reviewed with satisfaction the Bank of Ghana's revised evaluation report, but noted that the recommended award figure of 121 million substantially exceeded the Public Procurement Authority approved estimated amount.
Thank you.
Okay, so let me pick it. At the emergency sitting on Friday, 28th August, the committee reviewed with satisfaction the BOG's revised evaluation report, but noted that the recommended award figure of $121 million substantially exceeded the Public Procurement Authority, that is PPA, approved estimated amount of 81 million. Oh, okay. So initially it was 81. Then about 121. But the 121 is something called Parliament.
Is
that the issue?
Yes, something called Parliament. And no crown away, friends say PPA, they were satisfied, but almost who say the already approved 81 million has been substantially, the friends say, increased. And may send Kwabena may send Bibi no. I send to another one. So you see.
Anyway, and then me. Okay, so 81, and as I said, because as a BOG was subsequently requested to provide justification for the recommended award amount in relation to the approved amount by the PPA. So, almost the justification of coin, and now man found
justification. Say because na say unko kran say the tosun I said fully from 121 to.
But point 4, my mean point 4. So based on the documentation presented to the committee, concurrent approval is hereby guaranteed Bank of Ghana to engage the recommended tenderer, Messrs Gold Key Properties Limited, at the contract price of 121 million dollar for completion in 28 months. So Bank of Ghana will now proceed with the remaining procurement processes by giving notice of acceptance and signing a contract within the stipulated period provided for in section blah blah blah. Now,
send the second one.
Okay, so let me pick out. And now we are strictly dealing with building the issue.
Let's deal
about the losses. Okay, so let's what's the second one? Hey, okay, okay. Udia kemuasem, memo di atoso. Second one kemuasem chire. Tell us.
Second one, no. Your friend is say this was also dated 5th January 2023. Yeah, 5th January 2023. What's it?
Okay, second one no. Abba. So my pick it. Second one, you're also from Finance Ministry, right? Mebwa?
Yes, Finance Ministry, yes.
Okay, so construction of corporate headquarters at South Ridge, Accra, variation. Okay, so more your Facebook page, mbetumi pick documents so that obi also betumi share near hunu adia ekoso in relation to building no ourselves na say you deal with. You know no documents near ye ho adwuma. So mo betumi apeke the documents and work on it. All right. Minia mama mo nya shiwai na kutubi kwebu akwa. The law says Addison is a criminal and a corrupt person. Okay, so Addison. Now there's the second letter. Yeah, there are 3 pages here. I'll say construction of corporate headquarters at South Ridge. Please refer to the letter, so it goes on and on. Now, point 2, the committee reviewed the Bank of Ghana's variation request at the 17th emergency sitting on Thursday, 29 December 2022. In a letter dated 30th December 2022, the committee communicated concerns to BOG, which was responded to in a letter dated 5th January 2022. Following a review of the response, the committee noted that the issues raised remained unsatisfactorily addressed. BOG was accordingly invited to a clarification meeting and was subsequently requested to submit the original contract document, design proposals, differences in scope of works, and other relevant documentation on the project to facilitate the review of the request. Now, point 3, at the 21st emergency meeting on Tuesday, 17th January 2022, the committee... 2023, sorry. The committee reviewed the documentation submitted by BOG and noted the following. 1. Inadequate project design conception and preparation of the original contract.
2.
Maybe I should not what breaking down my inadequate project design conception and preparation of the original contract. Meaning what?
It means that the total project, it's inadequately, the design conception is inadequate. So as a OKC project, without why we need the opposite way. So what I say, any your friend is saying.
So the first design of the choir, any sika, because the design determines how much.
Exactly. Any sika new friend say design normally banner. It's like they are, the whole thing is not structured. Also,
point 2, entirely new scope in design for the revised project. Point 3, revised scope of works has already commenced prior to seeking approval from the CTRC.
Hold on. Some new design, new variations, no more. Starting before approval of the Central Committee, Central Review Committee.
Okay.
So instead of say, go through the processes. Emma Central Review Committee of Ministry of Finance, more approval already. You see, 2021 variation no from 81 million to 121 million no. They are not satisfied because yet almost started.
0.5. No detailed project milestones identified as benchmark for payment under the project to protect Bank of Ghana against any risk of financial exposure. Then last point, unit cost of revised scope of works is competitive with unit cost of similar projects on the market. So they have given us some figures here. And the fourth bullet point says, the committee thereby advises Bank of Ghana to adhere to the requirements of a comprehensive design preparations and procurement approvals for projects of such nature. That is the design and building. To avoid huge variation costs in future procurements, Bank of Ghana is further advised to develop detailed project milestones as benchmark for payments under the project. So this one is another year of the same. I think the last one, the information behind said that in himself. Okay.
Project target free 81 million. Variation call.
Okay. All right. So let me read that one. Say, in view of the stage of the project and reasonableness of the unit cost, the committee grants concurrent approval for the revised scope of works as a contract amount of 220,799,760 million US dollars and 55 something. So in all, $280 million.
Ebane say na project I started from 81 million. Within some conceive idea in 2019.
Yeah.
So 2020 thereabout. Project was 81 million. Then I jump variation boom 221 million. Then I jump say boom 200 and something million. I mean dollars. So yes, the assembly account here dollars. You know, so Kwabena, and your money be over. Yeah, layman, me a lawyer, and I'm a finance person. But as an ordinary streetwise entrepreneur, no, this smacks corruption.
Thievery and not corruption.
I can say, you see, and we are talking about Bank of Ghana, Omo Bokau. Bank of Ghana, Omo Abeka Soma Boka 60.8 billion. Already a day, Omo Abeka say, Omo Flato, a friend is say, a public procurement, a friend say rules be. But it's what this letter is telling us is different. My main country and Crawford, a quiet fast when you are let away. Bank of Ghana for Kasa. Yeah. Omo more crumpets on my BB. And thank God of the friend say, freedom to friend say, right to information bill. I don't know how could you tell black one. Through that thing, Odinya this information. A Bank of Ghana can we yes and Canada. What is going on in this country? It's a same na can say no. It's like a nyefe diagrosem. A nyefe diagrosem. And if Osha said Baumia na ye head of economic management team. No na mo chiche sikate said the chiche chocolate.
And do patches some the Bank of Ghana Sikana.
Of course. Nasika no de to me can't say okay 60.8 billion no. A yira boom one day on kwen ni sika ni ho. And I say a yira enkakran kakra. Eti a yira enkakran kakra no. Addison ne board members ni na no ma hu say wa mu lusu sika. Addison be catch say otwa sikam e de Ghana ban bosia because during COVID time. O boomra su twa sika. At the Bagana Bine Bosia. Sabi ye nyina yetia ye nim se. Matisse say yes about Mianam chiche 20,000 to delegates. Delegates one do some ye friends over 900. Now mo be 20 minutes. Yes come out anyway. Say omona de no one minister credit to me $6 million to go guni fee. Now president sorry I be catch and so me there was a password resign because me say you be exonerated. Can you imagine? Kwabena, you was somebody po. Ghana for you was somebody po. I'm telling you.
I will come back to you. Maminko Derek J. So now my list to her. So Derek, a member of Arise Ghana. and a social commentator. But Derek, so you're dealing with two issues here: the losses issue, but these are new revelations from Bank of Ghana headquarters, headquarters. The amount involved already no a year as we fear yesu den. And say abusia pani si a year wo fie kura ne yesu a yekoto kam no na ya betwi e wo fie abusia pani so no pekam no atwi nti a year wo fie o a year di fie o yekoto kam no, but this is the situation.
I am say a year na a comparison because
kafra be down so kafra
because minyaka betoka. Anyway, that's on a lighter note. Ka issues no ka in subsequent we ebeko 3 because there's a larger issue of the economy.
Yes, yeah, be also.
Me ka say subsequently going forward.
Yeah, going forward
in your deliberations because economy is run mostly by Bank of Ghana and the finance ministry. And the pain and anguish Ghana for Ghana for a woman if you conform me and now how do you call it, the head of the economic management team, that's Bobie. So 3 people and all this suffering in Ghana no ejinomoso na okay a dine no na a dine and saying you more a skyscraper mode but it's from assassin yanka wasemo na only assassin dey me mom fa no kwa assassin no moto na ben moto de na ho e na ho na kiteska no eska do sen
na dey na only fa assassin ho a ye nim
me say director of finance our Bank of Ghana no bra obi interview no obi san ska 7 no efa nyamani ho no odwane off the line first no see onim. And I say, how can you say you don't know anything about such a big project? Because Bank of Ghana and yet BBKO, a very serious institution. Sebi, and go for more banks and finance companies, no, or more nyama yet men's gold. Now one anya mujma no. So and yet BNI and Rebecca Hamasem, Bank of Ghana.
Yeah.
And they have an inspectorate division now moko around at checking for just omunim senior. How to deal with various things. You understand?
Yeah.
So for the Bank of Ghana, Sebi, wow, we shall go for so. Want to make sure on Honswa. I bet then no question go for. I can say, Monsha Honsi and me close down. They have lost that thing. Number 2, and they say the quantum of money involved. In fact, the loss no, that's 60 billion no. Did was saying a call IMF the anymore. Sorry, IMF the no. Did was saying a bear ask no. IMF I know you am the save Ghana. I'm say so many 3 billion na. Not just say Ghana egu anamwa.
Yeah.
You nya 3 billion na Ghana egu. Inti say when nya 3 billion, that's dollars. Billion ever say dollar no ever say Ghana ye inti acquire 10:1. Not just say 3 times 10, 30 billion. Anya sa. Na say obi say we yo, so ayero, so ashino. Whatever it is, no, so we wave it. Just say, or no, young fan say NC. So, or say, or the, and I said, also, I am fear, or he bit cancer or the SSM is soon. Young can was send you. Sana Bank of Ghana governor, or who knows, or your henepon, our Ghana, into the next, me and can was them. A chim is gone. Parliament car, and can was them. Meanwhile, book Parliament about new. By law, by Bank of Ghana, now the laws are establishing. And then Mrafa Ghana. Sika into to no na say we Ghana who sika who adwuma, that's the budget and that's finance anyama na say what tra a certain threshold and I say I can say which threshold would pepenso bia say one governor no unknown to be in parliament soon to be friend directly unless to be the sector minister that is responsible for finance and related issues, that's finance minister. There's so no by law no about finance minister money now finance minister also about parliament money then plans are my egu, that's the finance minister, that's government. I egu our bet CC problem na ba no. Omo de egu kwam e parliament. Na Ansah na nyame we nyina be si no. I said 3-member committee be Asia. That's finance minister. He's in charge of policy na chimienu, our fiscal policy na monetary policy.
Yeah.
And the chairman Bank of Ghana and government and finance minister on that side. Then the head of the economic management team, in conform Ansah, Governor Addison, Minister Furiata, and a vice president, aspiring president or candidate or flag bearer or running, whatever it is, no. Or no, confirm and say you. In Ghana, Nibia or Nam Krum, our bruchi, and no, in fact, you ever want to cry no. If you are in pain, if you are suffering, no, confirm and say, Kayomudi Biomo, Governor Addison, Kenofriata, anywhere, Baumia, Omuna, Omoye, the source of this pain. And Omo Bumraso, said Bumraswa, you've acted unlawfully, illegally, and in this instance, no, criminally. Because there is a crime that has been occasioned, though, and there's been concealment of crime. Crime no has been occasioned and concealment. So there were aiding, abetment, there were conspiracy. That's what charges need to be. But I don't know you be lawyers no name for on person court. Say see no a civil society organizations no. Na say e kan ya dwe eboma. You say enkoyi. Wetie money for akasa, wetie Bob Kemo, that's professors and him for nkofo I can say not makeup professors. I mean, they are born in no, or no can no can say everything is cause and effect. I say leadership is cause, everything else is effect. And I just say, oh, your courts now, no, or no, near the no swano, because or no cause here. Until when head of economic management team. I just bore me.
So, I want to me.
Baumia.
I want to me.
Na or no air cost no and that the year feelings is no in the economy air effect now. Not just or no idea swano. Now on also a boss. Or no the major force or what behind this and he is leading the charge. And say I say Ghana for na and who say yam fire na in see form and can say not anymore. We'll get into a worse situation. Now I say Ghana for na born sema arise Ghana. Didn't you make us say Chromia shit demonstration now arise Ghana a year.
You see, let's take it bit by bit so that people will get it. Let's deal with the issues. You remember the demonstration?
No, they call demonstration. No, me can't ask them. Say time arise Ghana a call Chromia shit demonstration. No, so Ghana for 8 years in some room. The police for Emma who crying and see crying. And now Kayen do pempen so away. Because Kabana ya threatening your mama Ghana Ednam Kwan Papa so aye hu hia IMF. Ka ye hu hia say ye be problem here because everybody was set up. And yes, President Vice President wrong road, Finance Minister wrong road that on one MP's cry who say on bon number. Na yes and finance and chair no be so company. Ka now a penny cram you if you grammar problems no because cost no ye new cost na effect need to be the same. Now me like I'm saying ye ko we nyina ewie na se ye hu asase na and the
no assassin e na onima obi anim tell us
hey na Charlie assassin say mo hu e kire cathedral de no e kire cathedral ne de no kra
really
I'm telling you there are faceless people behind Ghana when we say Ghana transaction be through obi ndb da when who be da when who be da when I go we be da hey we say some be pie by the time governor and the entire want me resign you because oyi ne tofi akunya no so a nyama be pie nyama oteso nyama be pie na idea the crown say yanka say ono nkwa ho na you say the two deputies no so ka ho omo so nko directors no so omo den board directors no omo nko and I think say it is a call in the right direction and say Bank of Ghana governors no call board no so call na say finance minister nko say cost no about 60% esi ho na se ono so ken no ko na se ba mia anko a na cost no kase ni si ho and opemu na nkasa so ho and I think say the only good thing we can take out of Professor Adai if he wants to be a professor is his statement say leadership is cause and everything else is effect. So if we want the problem completely fixed, we must do what? We must remove the entire cause. That's from opemu no to Addison. Because Obeyi Addison or catch a Ghana man now say oyi Nasiru then the deputy sniffy ho because won't me any omunye den any juma. Now he wants people who share in his vision and will do as he wants. So this is what Akufo-Addo wanted for Ghana. This is what Bawumia and Akufo-Addo as a ticket of the way wanted for Ghana, for which reason they removed the previous governor and the deputies. He told us. He did not hide it. Akufo-Addo told Google, and I said, we sound right now. He told Ghanaians that he cannot work with Nasiru and Esiama, and that they should leave, and that he's ready to even pay them their full salary. And he paid them, and he made them to retire on their salary by force. Wow. So we are paying for not just one governor. As we sit right now, we are paying for 2 governors, that's Nasiru and Addison. We are paying for deputies, 2 plus 1.
Really?
Yes. Wow. Ghana is paying. Look, Ghana were problems now.
So what's your creating another problem? Running into losses.
And governors in terms of
yeah.
Hey.
So we try to see yes.
How much they pay?
Addison, so he will stay at home.
So that Akufo-Addo can have his way.
Exactly. Yes. So look, the media must play Akufo-Addo's voice, not my voice saying what Akufo-Addo said. His voice is available. He said, BBI is not,
to be honest.
So what is happening right now? You cannot extricate Akufo-Addo from it. You cannot extricate Bawumia. You cannot extricate Ken. And so Ghanaians,
so Nasiru Esiama yetuamoka pepepe to say
yes.
But he seemed to know Montrefi Munya because of more retirement in and I want to mean you need.
Kwabena he sem asem.
Also to me dima.
On to me no munya adwuma.
On to me no mokro no.
Exactly.
Thank you. Na adwuma na yake.
Okay.
On to me no mokro no. It's say no. That is what Akufo-Addo wanted.
Because there's no way.
Anyway, Derek
Nti me no me ka go see me can be brave because mpenifo mo ha no. We are too well represented, too much. In fact, the other or more other stations are also Parliament so you're down especially the minority. Especially the minority. The entire Meka say some of the people in the majority of Parliament the course currently as it goes. Now and pay Metro TV, I won't say MP. Our finance committee no crash. Yebisa no Randy Abbey Ebisa na Sem no. Or say onim hoshe. So the majority MPs no more finance committee, and you say you're the insane ACA and
which one only more the losses or the
both,
project?
Both. Sesiano as almost set up a new ceiling. Mara ama 5% no, almost 35% na side. And that government Bank of Ghana is allowed to print more money in excess of even the 5. Yes.
Wow.
Yes. And if say what is the percentage? Gideon Bako and Randy Bisa and Sasem on the program no. He'll say it's privileged information on to be on and no one council na program end here. Meanwhile, he is economic advisor to Bawumia, who is the head of the economic management team. 7 years okroma. 7 4 many years okroma. Hey, Ghana then course no. Ah? Bawumia no yes say or no ohenepon when it comes to economics no. Onim economics o. And wakofa sebe young man are not chain economics. And na sa young man no catch and some phones because Bawumia and nam friends saying campaign into Bawumia na ntimi beka on also Bawumia ohun Bawumia emma permission so on it's privileged information. What nonsense? What utter nonsense? Hey, look, nkofo yi omo hwe ni yo omo hwe ni ye na nkwasa sebe ni eno ndan chen. Do you know Charlie with the what is going on in this country? Look, people are dying. People cannot eat. People are suffering. And then they come and tell us this. They will not tell us even national security information. You should be able to share it with Parliament. Parliamentarians are representatives. Then even your own side in Parliament. Hey, not just say, I didn't know. Parliament are representing Yang. Yang is the most to say, running affairs. Moi mon country and sem no moi mo pa ma be kan sem ni bi and sem no so am be kan no and mo report obo de come Parliament no wo de to ha nsisi so Bank of Ghana na report o and a Bank of Ghana governor no, that's the head of Bank of Ghana no or no statement obo kan ma press no recently no nsisi so ye de na eto 20 and what is going on? This is not a cover up. It is a very badly managed cover up because everything doesn't match, nothing matches. And it's now when I share we look, every Ghanaian should want us to get to the bottom of this because Ghana egu. It's not about the Bank of Ghana egu. Ghana and Kasa egu. And I don't want us to have a situation where we have a run on the banks. But there are issues with more banks collapsing. And I think it is important that we save those banks. We have seen the few that collapsed and what it's led us to. They are now not blaming Russia, Ukraine. They are not blaming COVID. Do you know what they are blaming now?
What?
DDEP. No. When they created DDEP, no. Domestic debt exchange program, no. And only DDEP, no. When they buy. Oh, me more no matter the acronyms. That's a political party.
No, but right now, no. I never how they come and complain and accuse the citizens. Why?
Now DDEP, no. They say haircut now more must be what was to bank. Na say no. Ebia what they to no the 100 cedis na coin. And then say ke ma 150. Yet me ma 150 biom. Be ma ebia 50 cedis. And no crown spread over everyone said 200 years. And no one this are and share buy. Ghana for that buy. Ghana for the muska to hono. Can say person share. And then share that hono and no ye no pay. This is fraud. What the fraud no? In fact, how different is this from what Nam1 is did? Nam1, or catch on confess on my farm good and brand. I say Omofa, Omuska Brana, Omunya Bibi and Fasobu Anamwa. And almost a monpenny. And we Nam1 is in chain. But the money even the DTEP now more come. And yet fraud and yet 4 nights say Nam1 year. Into one action. And I depend on the buyer no. Ogususi one share white and Obek cancer and phone. We are not the Bible quotations at Yamai. Sabi, Ghana. Look, we are not going to take that anymore. Enough is enough. And I think, say, on the 5th of September, Ghana say we will all go and set the if this man doesn't leave in 6 days' time. In 6 days, I saw call. 5th November, September, no, and say Obia because one man now find to say, oh, we arise Ghana, Kromeshi, and I said, oh, NDC, and I said, look, it is about you.
Yeah, we'll come and talk about the demonstration issues, but listen. Now, this is where Yababe drew Ewo as a way home, and Yanko, don't worry, Yanko, and it seems that you baby I am father and fa.
Kora, I'm chatting for me chair, menu and number for chairman ne, Kwabena ne,
Derek, yeah,
common floor member, Derek. Anyone so I will buy you my boy, my Ghana. Kora, baby, a new money corner. In fact, in semi be any in your papa. In fact, after your meetings be, I'm in the known, say some of the information we have, no, as it were, be a this a decode kakransa. I'm terrified. Penifo amosunti bi wo ha misumi fra ne ntoma Kwabena de yate no enye hu te se de ewo ho. This country is gone. It's finished. De yate no ne ababedwam no de yate na ehu chen de ababedwam
100 times.
And say we are Ghanaian. Also who say we don't have a president. We only have a criminal in the seat of president. They have destroyed this country. To the extent that Kwabena also pese usi dying. Sikana omo bono krampo no. According to Bank of Ghana na nkasa ne nsemo a wo kanwa bedwam no opese o kire say 250 million na omo kan kra no omo fancy dan ni nyina anya bibia wie o.
I see.
O said there are very important and you may be kra enka ho a sika na omo about 250 no eye adwuma ni te say structures ni bi keke na udi woman abro say ya. When of course sika na approved was 81 million. Send the chairman can. Upejam could do 160, 121, and Amodia could do 250. Kwabena, if we could take time, na yakwa share appointees apart from the governor, say well known by many, no. Yanko share the list of Nipa. Akufado do Makubu.
And you are more a board for no.
Yes. According to a few investigations, my no. Kwabena, yewo obia your friend Dr. Maxwell Opoku Aferi. Yewo obia your friend Mrs. Elsie Ado Awazi. On the second deputy governor.
Yeah.
Your Dr. Abdul.
A fool, I bet him there to say.
Then,
Fatu.
More water down.
Yeah.
So, share a composition now. Akufo-Addo intentionally looked for criminals.
Why?
Every one of them was just someone who had rehearsed crime.
How?
So when you're a criminal, by no stretch of imagination would you commit such a crime.
No, but listen. These are members. Obviously, as a Bank of Ghana board of directors, right?
Yeah.
Which is legal.
There was one already.
Oh, me sure say NDC about 2009. The board of directors are not for Omo Bank of Ghana.
No,
NDC keep
I'm
you.
talking about the governor, the deputy governor. You know. Obi to say
no, meba.
Omo retirement.
Meba. Oko retirement emrebe.
Shana nemraso. No ko.
Which year?
In 2001, 2002. In fact, we crowd.
No, 2009 and not 2001.
Where? Kufo by
2009.
Oka Kufo Anasa Oka.
No, what's Polakwa? Polakwa was
Polakwa.
Kufuor's time.
Oh, free. We see from 2001 to 2008.
Polakwa eye adwuma Kufuor.
Yes.
NDC.
Osaye adwuma ama Mills.
How long?
He worked till he retired. Till he retired.
Okay.
Bank of Ghana
government. No. We are just getting the record straight. So Polakwa ye Juma Kopem say
yes,
or as governor.
Yes. As governor. Oh, Ansah no. Na
just
Kwabena for ene wo ho. Kwabena for retirement. Ansah na Polakwa take over. Enti nanka me do free time and nanka Kwabena for ho and Dan Rollins. Ya Kufuor ba ya. He was not pushed away. Osan yesika kopim da nemre so ya Kufuor yi ni fi odi pa.
NDC ba eno so Polakwa so
ono so tena wa kopim se nemre so ya.
Okay, nti eye kan yerebo na abesesa status school no.
Yes.
Say wo de you pay but kontra ba bi na memfa governor Embra. Okay, now you have mentioned something. To me, because we have Mrs. Elsie Ado and in Crawford. Awati ne Adubu Ayenom, Mrs. Comfort Okran yes.
No more.
Oh, also Charles was $8,000 nibi.
Okay.
Oh, so Ojibi. Imani even raised that issue recently, Bentel. So, what the Yabubo Mudia, Dr. Kwame Nyantechi, Jude Kofi Bakna, Professor Eric Osei, SB, Mr. Andrew A. Boy Do, any Momokikao. But the point is, Menamika so kind of Obe Bagraso way, why you say so, or what the tendency to commit such crime. But when you don't have anything than Okase criminals are, I find it a little bit difficult.
Correct.
Unless maybe Okase the SCCC is a criminal matter.
Correct. I've always told you that any appointee
who you sue background we say
yes.
Yes,
and I still maintain it. Correct.
That
you see, Akufo-Addo will not appoint you if you are not a criminal. I have that as my premise. Say, he is just in to commit crimes. The only reason why Akufo-Addo beyi Nasiru every ho, Dr. Siam every ho, Akofa this team abeshe ho. Most of them are from data bank. It's only to make sure they rip the nation off.
That is what is happening.
But it's not like a committee.
I will take my time. Look, I will take my time.
Hold on, let's clarify it. But it's not like Oma committed crimes be that you know them to be. Say we no more our background way. Is that the
Kara? I will take my time.
Yeah.
And then dig every one of them and come and give you what crimes they have ever committed.
Okay.
Because Akufo-Addo will never put you there if you are not a criminal. I believe so. It's my faith.
From where I sit.
Because you see,
and yes, I disagree with your point, but looking at the professors, the doctors in the
you don't mention those professors. You just mentioned Obi to say Akwane friend is
Professor.
They say Chinam Kokoro, your friend is
Ade.
Ade.
Ade
will say one. Ade. You just mentioned him, and he's a professor. Nyansa be ne woni trim.
Nyansa is different from crime, committing a crime.
Eh, na say unim Nyansa na be commit crime. Unim Nyansa, unim say nchirima wo ho. Eni kwa say me di me my bone. Eno na efe ni Nyansa. If you have buffoons at place, they will always fool. Like they are fooling there. That your friend is saying, baboons at the your friend is saying, Doyom hono. What are they doing there?
Anyway.
And you know, that is my because here, Kwabena, you remember, say, when it came to ECG and the PDS issue, the only reason why Akufo-Addo wanted ECG to be given to PDS was because there was a criminal syndicate via na Omwa form to hand over that state institution to. And in this one, so we share kwanya Nasiru just a fine man, brainy, brilliant, unim najuma, as compared to way. Yeah, what way? Most of crimes now are cost on the cramp, no. For all you know, no. Unbenefited much. Benefit your benefit, but not much. Ube komuna the deputy be. Mate here. Obabi. Yeah, o kan ho. Oba no LC no. According to Madam Fubia ni din komo Islam. O say oba no Akufo-Addo ekudonku ya.
I think Elsie, I think she was working with Data Bank.
Oh, all of them, most of them.
I don't know, but I'll
now, Mr. Medigi Omunyina, they have ever worked with people that I know easily. The reason why I said they are criminals, no, is from that background. But I have not taken my time to do that. Your friend is saying personality profiling, no, and I'll do that, as I've always done in the past. But Kwabena, my point pan say a dear pan a bit me about man for your friend saying omo odi omaya show monsa itirimu say yammo omaika with just this omo edan kwano wahu how much now Kwabena, we are discussing 60.81 billion. Yenu ya Okopeg, say Ghana, the whole year, no, ye cra oil 54 billion. Oil I de Ghana hebia, including industrial use obia to be koba ye faha ye raha. Intino, sa 54 billion. No, say it is size canico free when you be cow. Nature senka Ghana betimianya free oil for 1 year. Ghana ni bia oko filling station once we bunana. And the whole year, no, and keep it free fuel. I'm a gun and Nibia as soon as the Odigun generator mood, the Ode Faha, the Odigun Motomu, Okada 4, trotro drivers, taxi drivers, Uber, Yango, Ubia, Betimiania fuel, Eddie Ayana Juma, Amani Huahano. A whole year. Ama, and Sasa Crass Aka. Scanashi.
That's the point.
Eddie Scano be a campaign. But Umiadi be a campaign, Minoka say or be a campaign. because he is in charge. The only 3 persons that tell what money we should spend, Bawumia, Kenoforiata, and the Bank of Ghana governor. These are the 3 entities in this way. On person Cheska, Sani Pami and Sawi and Chessy in Cheska. Say a person this can be for her was so on next. See a first cannon for her, Nipami and Sawi. It is a Sicano. Ayira ni yehudi this kanaya. I be si da.
Kami ba baby say Kwabena if is here wo. First can you Bank of Ghana din a say sunsun wom. What they say Bank of Ghana bokada. Ghana me maintain that
it's
in one breath who governor who say Bank of Ghana crown enye institutional e wo say enyamfaso. In another breath, we say, oh, in the last 2 years or so, Munyamfaso, Emma, Bank of Ghana, Nyamfaso, pa. That time now, okay, the Bank of Ghana, Nyamfaso. So that's that time now, Kufa do numja abontin say COVID amount mine no aboka.
You deserve Faso anyway, fine.
Anyway.
And I'm some this woman.
And Bank of Ghana, so Nyamfaso. Sebi ye was stakeholders are omudu musika shareholders are and also this anti banks are hold omo and omo ye adwuma because you are not there for a business but just to be a regulator.
Kwabena me friends minia list wala Bank of Ghana a central Bank of Ghana. That means Ghana buying the whole country your bank no. Mhm. Ya mfa say ampa omunya profit. But if Bank of Ghana makes profit, the profit is for who?
It's for the people of Ghana.
It's for the people of Ghana. So you don't just
and their stakeholders.
Time ma unya profit, you know. Sa time na wo mo akroya Ministry of Finance ne Bank of Ghana kroya mo say ye deka. Your debt to GDP ratio so huge that that's why the 60 almost 70%. But mo tumi kukuru say scan some of the before for bra Ghana de kai money ya na mo pe bom mesia.
Ah yeah haircut.
Yeah. Sabi impredia so Kwabena. O nanane me nanane ye wo fanom ne a o ma ye adwuma 30 years 60 years abre o mo sika o ma save nketenkete o mo pension. My o mo head cut. Do you know how much and what $250 million could have done for these people? I'm sick on special money and so.
Anyway, I'll come back to
me the premise ni free baby na eye akufo do tirimu po se obifo magisi obewia no akum no asen no na ni tirimu po se osesa the previous governor no na ode adesen tibon koso ya oye te se ayi a ye de remote control na control no zombi no na osesa no na besi ho na wanya kwan ayusu na awia oman ni sika no enko baabia e wo mo aho enu bi na sisira da party koto ne dem no eye bia ebi wo minister bia dem enu ntino we are sending this signal to the your friend is saying special prosecutor say enye sisira da pa nko na sika ne bi woni ho enye sisira da pa fo no enko na sika ne bi weden e woni dem minister bia including Akufo-Addo sika bi wo mo dem o ma twetwe sika na gu wo mo dem John Jinapo your friend say Sami Jinapo Abu Jinapo John forgive me wunu ya boni asa ono ebi gu ne dem ni fie bi wo your friend is saying airport special prosecutor pa omra na me fa ni nkofie o sesi esi enko huska o pa omra sesi ei no omra na efa cameras ni achi ni enko John Jinapo fie o sesi ye huska ye fa me ntum
na se we dia me gra mentra wo
me se ma kan Kwabena want me se scan the doorso ka be no di begum
no dia kogo hin
me se sesi ei opa om yenko ni fie o sesi ei sika no oh they have stolen a lot. That's how come they call your bluff anytime. Because these are stupid guys who could not have even matched anybody in this country. But because they think they have stolen a lot of money, sir, container ya, polytank ya, kokum boys ya, there be a mahodu, your friend saying, dampare ɛyɛ John Jinapo Same Jinapo ɔdiska koku polytank mu Same Jinapo
ɛwɔ yifa
ɛwɔ ni kurom ni fie wokosi ye. This is the crime a ɔmo committee boys no nyina ewu dampare akuma mu nyina nipa 5
let's go back.
So I want us to understand say yeti Ghana ha na yesu tempenten kwa ye e-levy ye haircut ye we no yesika no ɛwɔ ɔmo ho it's with them anu bi na sisi ɛwɔ ne dem a yakoche no anu bia and every minister has got where sisi kura de ni die so according to sources no sisi de ni die so eso and they are ready to spend to make sure they still are retained in power. Me nyame asese asin of actually Ghana for nyina nyansa na mesre so se beba demonstration so
yeah
na Ansah na ebedru ho no me nkoto sere ne se muma yema ya adwen koso sika ye de ya ade yie o enche ye kra Jo Muhammad sika kakra bi a ekokura ne nsem no wode aye ne oma bebre ama Ghana fo anya so mfa so enti kopim da sabi Ghana fo be hu o musika so mfa so no eni kwan se ye tena baabi se sabi ye hwe han ahwe nipa ama omo asɛyen atiti sika sama pansam and now discuss koto bank kra na yam sisi because you don't know the next a year aban bi betimi aka say oh bank ayiwe yagu no ana say bia musika kura gu okra ye ntimi ntwia and now wa usika that treasury bill no you careful because with treasury bill no aban kwa akwaje emu besia biemu wo say ayi na I can offer attack say treasury bills kra no or sa pese okobo mu besia no obo besia ni wie pe o treasury bill no sanka I must announce say people must go for their monies because identification haircut by no so for Yakufu whoever thought she was going to be affected no would have been a liar in the past but has it not happened I see Mati say justice is ni bebre ho aka omo fere so mbe babonten yes sa FC no sa 7 FC no bebre ho aka
okay I'll come back to
no any otwinku na ne bede nie
yeah me say about but quick one pacho are you ready and you ready me movie are you ready okay so the can assembly about omo that $8,000 monthly say allowance say salary I don't know but Charles Edubuahin eka ho wow yes oka ho and it's on Ghana web yes it's on Ghana web Charles Edubuahin ejisika bi they claim so
obi yes ye
yinedi yes we are South Africa not knowing say omo this can free and command so omo de fo kada o so omo de fa a friend say abobo ya o mintimi hu
South Africa hono onim ska wasesa kugu
okay all right anyway nanka me pese ye ma amanfo so that it will be like ye na ye can want them me like this is the youth of Ghana should just start disciplining these MPP members or more higher admin was treating more anyway so Bernard now you go to the demonstration about for raising concerns about the minority approach with the MPP funny be and the so-called neutrals they tell you almost minority no approach say use demonstration is reckless it doesn't make sense after there so arise Ghana for the omo baba bejim apampam jenefo omo do omo baba bejim say omo ekobi now that amafo asase busa what to go on street in that day because omo nim say arise Ghana for kaso mu si kuruba omo si the proper Police service who say proper. However, demonstration no ye approach a baby. If the person decides that I won't resign, I won't go, knowing a Kufuado who he is, hey, Trao, young Chira will say yes. What happens? Can you stay in the street for 2 days, 3 days? What is it?
Oh, me that's a baby. Kawedi and Kayase convenient.
No, discussion I you and your rice gun until today.
The most important thing is near a woman is near NDC any minority for Omokai. At the far governor of the Bank of Ghana, ni deputies and in a board in Yinano. Ya yawa a rice Ghana. Won't say yamba muntem. Yet nasi and a yanka say a koshi share. Papers mu and yake kainuyama mu and ye drew baby crampono. The first option na nanka chairman eka say yen say na yanko court. Because na proye anyway you know dosso. You can't believe that human beings took the decision to do what they are doing.
It's sad, eh?
It's terrible. Now, say, you run this bank with the 77 billion new currency and our printed the government of Bank of Ghana.
Okay, so I have this story, a quick one. Also, profiles of the 10 independent Bank of Ghana directors who allegedly received $8,000 monthly. So you have Charles Seduba, but quick one. Now the 10 independent directors of Bank of Ghana in 2022. Oh, hello. Bajo, screenshot take again. It's okay.
Inti, obviously no. So Osha, they printed in excess of 77 billion. Eddie Makeno for that say we should use whatever he wants to do with the money. Bobie, do you now understand? Do you know? See, I say what you say, baby, inflation, nefi. Because too much money tasting no goods. Inflation 43%. No, in fact, it has even come down. So see, I do 43.1%. What you say? Next, they say this was money. For that, so you could roam in town. Now, who say building kasi air koso. This is where it is coming from. Now, at the end of the day, no. Omwa kasa asori akase o. Ye check yesika na ye de ma government no. Omuntimi ntua ni nyina enti we have written off part of it. 32 billion. Can you imagine that? You print money and you write off 32 billion as bad debt. Naturally says 32 billion no. Oh yeah, the amamo enti mwantimi antua ena muntimi ntua nso enti yeah the achemo. Kana mwedi ni yanjibium. They just write it off without recourse to Parliament. Bank of Ghana no enye akufado ni fie idea. Worst of all, what?
No, but for Bank of Ghana to write off a year debt, no, unless they seek parliamentary approval.
Obviously, how do you write off a debt because the Bank of Ghana is for Ghana?
I see.
Just say, look, we must know the quantity of money that is in circulation at any given time.
I see.
It is a Bank of Ghana without the approval of Parliament. Unfortunately, our Parliament sometimes looks like rubber no crampo yeah.
Cotton stamp.
Rubber no crampo yeah.
Cotton stamp.
Balloon. Balloon there, you just put pop, then it bursts. Our Parliament is so weak. And Sikaya Omudi Ninano, show. Sir, meaning say also what to be. Sir, a presidential candidate. That is the anointed star boy of Nana Akufo-Addo.
Yeah.
Will be giving delegates to 20,000 Ghana cedis.
2,000 or 20,000?
20,000.
20,000.
20,000.
Each.
Each. That is the amount earmarked for each delegate for the super delegates conference. Now super delegates no be waha.
The Omokoya Saturday.
Saturday.
Momo to say.
Me see 20,000.
Almost say umbema each delegate 20,000 Ghana
cedis,
cedis, which is 200 million.
Yes, times in excess of 900. 900.
Oh,
yeah,
this is not possible.
That is 80 million. I mean, 80
million.
Where is the money coming from? What is not possible?
When small bag credit no $21,000.
Eh?
Okay.
What are you talking about, Bobie? In a year, can say 80 million on Saturday will go. Yes.
20,000.
But if they can write off 32 million, what is 80 million? You should understand where this is coming from. So, and yes, Sikano, Bank of Ghana, Etnasi Eboka, they calculated what they want to use the money for. So, this is just for their primaries. And first phase of primary, second phase, Baba, in November. And yes, sir. And we don't know how much is going to be spent.
6.8 billion.
They understand.
Because
so the 60 billion kano amoka se omaboka no, I bet you can be any ho. Na se Ghana fo anya waka ni ampeja ye ho na yete ho na yesi daddy we no enya. Enti na minority for omoka say they want to go and occupy the Bank of Ghana. And na yeka say why do we do it? And I'm happy that many other civil society organizations have joined. COPEC say omoka ho.
I see.
ASEPA eka ho.
We are drivers union nso so aframe
say Justice for Ghana ye nyina ye ka ho. Arise Ghana ye nyina. The thing has magnified beyond. Say I am minority nkwa asem. Nti ye call police ho anopai.
Yeah.
And then we went and had fruitful discussion in my opinion. Near police for no omoka no. Ye kire omo say you this police cannot determine where we are going to do our demonstration. That we will never accept. Say ye demonstration ni achire mu baby a ye. That is all that the law requires us to do. Ni aka ne say mo bebo mo ho aban na mo akoye adwuma no. But if the Ghana Police Service are telling us say they cannot do police within certain areas, we have to question why they are called police. It means that they are professionally incompetent, inefficient, and without merit. Until you drew a hoa and realize that police no man cash because they know they are professionally competent. And your police in they omoko jungles they don't even know the topography of the areas they go to keep peace. What about the area you know every day? And the regional commander said that they have no qualms whatsoever edify the demonstration and the occupation of the Bank of Ghana on the 5th. On the 5th, there are many other strategies. Now, the intention was to stay there for a longer period. But, we have about 3 different strategies that will be unveiling. And to say, why? Have we forgotten that your mama went to Parliament? And a parliamentarian say, only Wampa, Dr. Wampa. Say, okay. So that time, no, the crime of Dr. Wampa was that Nasi Dino Edu 4 point. Wampa's crime was that he could not contain the fluctuation of the currency up to 4.2 Ghana cedis to $1. Until now, Obiasi yen. And we are in excess of 12 cedis to the dollar. No one is talking about the removal of the governor of the Bank of Ghana. Inflation under Wampa was less than 15%. And unti yakase yen. Until John Mama say, Mona Mokoshe Emra and Eka say, the president cannot remove the governor. And to say, Mopese Mimi ye governor na. Odi 1 CD, 4.2 cedis to $1 no. And yet, Moses Samrano na mama to me na me. Then Wampa got the message. I insist that Nka president now or appointed, no.
Yeah.
Nka what? Power by the law. So Wampa resigned.
Just that.
Just that Wampa resigned.
I see.
Yes. That is integrity. Or resign here say, if my appointing authority says that, look, if I had power, I would de-appoint you. In this instant, the appointing authorities...
No, what was his crime?
His crime was that there was $1 to 4.2 Ghana cedis.
And the MPP insisted.
MPP insisted that inflation was less than 15% from single digit. Inti, the governor was unfit to continue to be in office. In John Mama's response, Okachiro Mose, in Kamiwotumie, in Kamashi Shemra, and Kasa me president, mean to me, you know, in Kabai now, no, Miankasa me, you know. John Mama said this openly. And the governor, Dr. Wampa, resigned. And it is not $1 to 4 cedis. It is $1 to 12.
Imagine, just to beef up the conversation, I say Wampa or resign on the 29th of March.
Yes.
2016. Now the time best August. So
I'm a
retirement.
Wow.
But just because of what John Mahama said,
yes,
he resigned.
That is integrity.
You understand? Inti ene na se ye nyina ye soon. And it is not even because inflation has gone in excess of 20%, in excess of 30%, in excess of 40%. And yet, no crampo ni yesu. Now, and yet, because the cedi has fluctuated and moved beyond 5 cedis, 6 cedis, 7 cedis, 8 cedis, I could do 12 cedis, and yet, nunti and I say a few. But those were the only two justifications. Say inflation had reached 15%. The cedi was 4.2 to $1. Wampa resigned. And look at where your inflation is, 43.1%. Look at where your currency is.
Even Niger, Mali, Burkina, they are managing their inflation figures.
No, the West is 24%.
Yeah.
All of them. The West is 24%. And the cramp ever form. So baby, so if you look at it from every angle, from the standard that Wampa even set, Addison should have gone long before today.
If he has integrity.
Then you come and mess up. Meaning say Obia I accounted kakra. Almost see maintenance cost of vehicles is 131 million. 131 million.
Wow.
For 2022.
131
million.
Now, other cars no, cars do
maintenance no.
Say come to a friend say Toyota Land Cruiser back 100 cars.
Yeah, no much you and natural.
Yeah.
So maintenance 131 million. I feel the governor Baba responded to maintenance. Government the Baba responded to maintenance. Or see it includes the acquisition of new vehicles. So this is a governor that doesn't know the difference between, that is a governor that doesn't know the difference between an asset and an expenditure. Because recurrent expenditure cannot constitute an asset. Because maintenance of vehicles everywhere, a recurrent expenditure is not an asset. So when you look at it from that, banking supervision. Papa Bobie, come on. Only banking supervision. Banks here egunu. Supervising the collapsed bank cost them 359 million Ghana cedis.
Wow.
359 million Ghana cedis. Let me see, 359 banking supervision, just going around to check the banks. Say Oba Omo travels equating to in excess of 30 billion million Ghana cedis. Now, worst of all, they say the Omosi building, I know the American. Now you come and tell us that you are doing this because of earthquake. But we now mimiti cantonments 1996, 1997. There was an earth trauma. Baby, I'm not my name is sister. Now a judge. Look, she had twins. When the house started shaking, my sister left the twins on the top and ran out of the yard. And I left the boys' quarters and I was running to go and save the twins. Can you imagine the difference? Or no, I wouldn't mano. Eba said the building was shaking. She forgot that the twins were there. And I ran up. By the time I got there, they were all outside. I went and carried the twins and I ran there and everybody was looking at me. Said, you left boys' quarters, ran into the main building to go and pick twins. Meanwhile, the people who were sitting with the twins left them and ran away. This is what happened. So it is not Bank of Ghana that is at the epicenter of the earthquake. The whole of Accra. Now say Musi enunti na mobile Bank of Ghana if you are, then you should take off the whole of Accra from here. In fact, the seat of governance doesn't. It's also earthquake prone. Enti enka enunkwa na ya adwen a mode babesi Bank of Ghana fufrona. Enka mode ko sankana. We don't have earthquake.
E wode boko
masa ye sorry ani yakofum ni yakodi fufu. Ba ire fufu ni aba. Nothing. Yeah, we are no work of baby other. Baba ire fufu ni ye didn't work for. I'm talking to you. No. I said come to the farm. Come there. We don't eat it in the house. Take me. Bobie, you could have gone to build it there. The second thing is that you intend to do a West African monetary zone into any year. Into ambassador.
Almost CDS watching.
Now West African monetary zone.
Would you know when it started? They printed big boards. So okay.
Yeah.
Echo. Sorry, Ghana has met the converging criteria. Okay. It was part of our budget statement. Oh, no, my idea, we have met this convergent criteria. Yes, sir, President Kufuor who said convergent criteria, you are departed from the criteria. Papa, baby. Boundary do edible. Up to date. And that is what we are anticipating. Because of that, you spend our money. So, on the 5th. Yes, sorry,
5th in the
5th near Tuesday.
Tuesday, okay.
5th of September. Which, when we say September, is a very important month for the founding of Ghana.
Yeah.
So, 5th of September. Yabasha say FE Parliament.
So arise Ghana minority, other groups.
Other groups.
On the 5th, then you occupy a Bank of Ghana.
No, that be your chance here to go and occupy.
But mobile withdraw.
We are moving from Parliament. Your shares here for Parliament. Parliament is the rally point. Including all the members of Parliament that have conscience. All the members of Parliament. Let me say all the members of Parliament that have conscience. Because the Bank of Ghana being insolvent. Master. What it means is that the commercial banks are dead.
Kaput.
And to say, oh, Zikabia or commercial bank, you should be terrified. Me say, and if people begin to rush at Absa Bank, say, baby, our banks no say Kodri, you pay Zika. There's no way Absa Bank would be able to give people their monies.
I see.
Yes.
So
and then Bank of Ghana would not be able to support
anything. The Bank of Ghana is supposed to serve as the lender of last resort to redeem Absa Bank.
And Bank of Ghana is
Bank of Ghana no say no. Or Kumatos. Omo Nesika. Omo Dika. And na debi ameka say nsuo asa ewopo. Na obisa say enam no omo wahe. Are they not all dead? The Bank of Ghana is in serious debt, and you are asking of the state of commercial banks. If you don't see the crisis, it is the day that you are sick and you go and you want to take money from the bank, and the bank will tell you that they cannot dispense cash. And as if we ABC and then Uncle Rest, I moved out with my wife. Now we moved from Lakeside. all the way to Starbite at Highway Junction. ATM no Enyejuma.
Wow.
We moved all the way to Boche, where there is a Star Oil there. ATM Enyejuma. Your movie Eddie by Madina. The ATMs are not working. You think that it is not deliberate. There's no money. But they can't tell you there's no money. So they will put it as error on the ATMs. That is the beginning.
This is serious, eh?
That is the beginning of the crisis that is coming. And when you have a yam, I say yam all the time, and it starts to rot, the best you can do is to cut the rotten part.
One cut the rotten part now, it will spoil the whole
yam. In this instance, we have the central bank that is beginning to rot. And the rot has started with Addison, the 2 deputies, and the board. Say, I'm sure they say, we want to salvage anything. We will be mad, as the likes of Stephen Adai are mad. That's it.
All right, remember Uncle Rex. Kojo Samuel says, keep up the good work. Regina Aloti says, this is ridiculous and heartbreaking. Ghana today. Georgia Atia says, Commander Gabi tweeted on his Twitter handle, Wampa must go. Wampa must go. Simply because dollar, I could say. No, say dollar, I could say, 4 cities. Amuzu says, don't you think MPP protect his people and NDC give up his own? Okay, so Onobusa question, Keke. Sandra Banafu says, hungry people. See, okay, so Sandra, you can insult. Hungry people, you can send messages and insult. But Ada Obeko banker, you see, you intimi nisika that day, ebi out there, what the Beko akwaje, now the Didi.
Important thing is
exactly. You can insult, but Ada Obeko Sena your friend say, Mami, former Chief Justice. Say Onuna Jeli Mugabe num.
Exactly.
No say otu memwa yankasasa. Ada eka no. Obetre Belgium bedidi Gabi atem. So or pin brain.
Picket ya fe de na ye support no.
Enti what we did atem. Minim say we your bar untimi mfa body enko ba sha wonidi. We don't sabe ye adwuma. Na we don't say ye adwuma do sika akoto na sabe a very rough bi. Ya omo brother asese sika no e dia kogu baby. Now back bank now yes sika ni wa be that day you appreciate what we are doing here. Okay, so Grace Jones says MPP never again. We have the Eric here. Now Agrex convener demonstrations. Ghana, for what should we expect on that day?
We are just asking Ghana for say. Obia oye Ghana ni ba odwene Ghana ho. Situation a happen o Ghana ho. Ahokyere a enam sa recklessness yinti aba Ghana no. Yesika devalue no. So we NDC ni o, we MPP ni o, we QCP o, whatever you are. Account. Okoto petrol the same price. Okoto aduane ane board the same price. The only people are there cost for Ghana han. So we Ghana ni one sorry ama ameta chire me ya ntinte sukoko. Anchire saa enkrofo ya. Not just either you are benefiting from the loot or you don't care about your own life or your future or your children's future. It's here can't you arise Ghana for mama muhumene so on the 5th of September and apa 8 ye nyina ye nhia na ye ma sebi obi a ye na to position of trust bi anti as ye say ye de to not because of say unim nyansa se Ghana for nyina o eye your friend say adom ene do ko to 32 million Ghanaians no obi akufo ado nim nyansa se ye nyina ana kanofori ata nim nyansa se ye nyina eti no se wo ya wo bu o man ana se Addison na mu emra ya hyehya to ho no ubu mra ne so a ye nyina Ghana ha de ma ye frɛ se ye nya abodamfo ne se ye drive a udu traffic light ma ye se red so a ye den gina green so a ko enu ti na ma ye nyina ye di sa mra ne so a e ma ye nya accident but se wo red light ne so now chum now the car ni boni pe we na se me be chire mu a obia we are not interested in your chire mu wa bumra ne so.
Yeah.
And that is exactly what is going on with Bank of Ghana. It was a bumra na ba ko so a wo twantro ba ko na asam wo twantro na wo twantro na wo twantro because entro ba ko you need to lie another antro na cover the first intro no. Ebi na make can say one kasa say Bank of Ghana was not set up to make profit. One kasa said some time ago we make profit and you see all this wishy-washy kind of explanation we are not interested. Since me yawo me 58 years. Mentisa Bank of Ghana bokada.
That
menti bi da. First time I ever 60.8 billion for Christ's sake. Asika no nya efa hin. Ma wia. Enti Ghana for ye invite obia. Na me ade ba kwa me pese meka na nkrofo hu se sebe yen ayo rise Ghana for ye nya riffraffs. Sebe u bara be hu akuku damfo a nipa bebre nim. MPP for bebre kan rise Ghana. Omo tumi she omo nim. Omo tumi yi omo nim.
Omo se.
Se munim ayen kan kira.
We know them.
Bebre kan rise Ghana ho but ni omo yi omo nim. Look, enema countries etwa ye ho ahia yi. Niger, Burkina Faso, Mali. These are enema happen or aman bi so a ye ka oma no tumu a na e makwan e masoja former atuo.
No, but the course on Niger ne Mali no Ghana had no.
It's
west. Ghana is
west.
It's west. Say Burkina Faso sorry one day. Nearly 60 billion Burkina
Sefa ayira. Just like that.
Hey.
Oh, and ye arise Ghana no ye mpe basa wa Ghana ha.
Ejabetom.
Enuntina the only weapon our constitution de maye ne say bibi ba say ya ye protest. Eti Ghana ni bia mra no mekasa. Ukasa wungu, ukasa o wankasa o. What is situation ni mu bi? Enti ye invite obia na yentinte su kokko ye say adese ne directors no omon form adwuma to. Simple as that. Because ade na omaye no governor bia nya bi da. Anasa Bank of Ghana board bia enya bi da. Oma di oman na wu.
So listen, go say Ghana for beba say look ade we yampne because as usual mini may be a minority no leading into no damn parent no ntimi only see omon crofo no but how well are Ghanaians prepared say arise Ghana demonstration e koya omo akwase sabo edim crofo be shame so omon toto abo no omo di damn parent di be si wo street mu amafo betwa
kwara mamen kan insisu dua se yebo opono yebo mepono yebo Bernard pono chairman obia say no arise Ghana no akwete say udin a wode namo a amafo kra rate me fi udin anano me ne pani bi wokumase ye adwuma me te obi tem arise timi twa me na am save Ghana now to say edin list so no do baby a me ntimi mo ti me say me din ba ko arise em se Ghana fo aboye pono na Ghana fo nti a se em se ya ye din na penifo se abrewache adwaya na osiesie no efri se ye now so se ye de ho baba bedom eye minority for ama omoaye oye kire chinchinchi nipa dom a Kwabena many of interacting in a day. And I'm sure you also do same. You are just trying to at least play the devil's advocate here this afternoon as if say you're host. Also a member of Arise, you know. Executive member of Arise Ghana, you know. A dominant in fact, a dominant wapa dom. Enra mame penny kakra. Tiene nene and koma wodi se ne ba edi 38 years the NHS or your ba penny pa.
Yeah.
Also malata. Na obesre se what is say yes ye beye or ye chere na ba ko na ye ba you know ye room malata. You say ba ko ye konima and ye public outreach no.
Yeah.
I'm say ya malata into malata for hwehwen say ye.
Yes, o mo kan malamata.
Malamata. Na em say kasa hari na mana malata. Intino Malata for some way. Who say are you for the Omatons afraid for a very long time?
Community engagement.
Yes. I'm say yeah my baby Omoton force for no. Boat no.
Teba
if make main market no Rollins Park to do ho.
Oh, okay.
Down for no boat more so say ya ma na so mo abetu your demonstration as your mo bomb the ma na beba ti omo so omo ton star friend em say ye nua no mo wo ayi de na no ye ko ho ba ye ntimi anko edwanim ko edwano na ye fi say ye be bread do but say de nyame ama ya ho den chairman so nyame aboa no ama ye energy drinks ye be nom e de aye adwuma Bernard so obema ye Bernard na aka so de be ma ye no attire say e be nom na enya
e du attire o me phone ni ame wo me phone na meba mama mo
okay yo yati
ba meti mi ama mo Nigeria
yo
na mo de aye live soup
yo yati be dance enti edom ne be ba papa Kwabena empanifo se account enti na account ebi a obi ti baabi na adwen ne se me sika na bank no bi afa Dom Hamenya 54 billion Ghana cedis. Kwabena enu bi na uhu serious edifices a e wo man mu a ama akoye se wagini din in terms of infrastructure. E ya na enya nwanwa. Ye diskaya de pama so ba oman for so so ba fa so oman for. Enti eye nyina ye sika oman ni sika ene ekufo do ka wa boato oman ni ho no to cover up and still make that a year a bit me nyes ka to ho no e yade a de papa enu nti mesre Ghana ni bia se bionte e minority for no so see em fan kra we ntu dwa say apart from Arise Ghana ene enku ahodo a omdo omo ho ba join demonstration ya obi bia oye kuo bi e wo ba bia bia wo ye keep fit e wo ba bi e bia mo wo nku an ketenketi ba bi no matter ekuo bia wo pese wo be join no spare pass for ne obia wo pese wo be join taxi ranks taxi drivers Okada Union Association ni sanu man omu sankofo ni nyina no omu se ye mfa ntum anim se bibia ni a mo mesi Arise Ghana for so na ye nso so ye ne mu eni nkita ho na se e wo se ani omu nyina ahia na ye ne omu ahia enti say no Arise Ghana has become almost the welcoming anache ma mema wo awanya announcement nti ekuo bia wo Ghana ha bia opese o ye part of the demonstration bia no ye bia ye ponama so we hwe Arise Ghana wo hwe Kwabena Bobie Ansah wo be hu Arise Ghana nti ye from of the case so na ye so ye de ato enkra frɛ edomo a omukra de e bia omumekan ho but even so far ekuo ahodo a yenya edoso papa
yeah
so 21 of them and I think we are good
21 groups
21 different groups apart from Arise Ghana apart from Justice for Ghana apart from GCPP apart from PNC apart from ACP NPP mimi jina homa NPP any aside from omo any spare pass for any True Drivers Union and some taxi unions keep fit and Kofobi Wachimota almost so are registered to be part of us 21 of the list on the list you know will be biara will be yeah we will welcome you now
me busa Bernard you say ya dia mo ko akọ occupy wa ma dia achi so na mo ko ase aba
Kwabena there are so many ways in killing a cat senior openi Kwabena J kan imre bia or the corner crutch you know bema be die wo ehye ni trim your plan pa de nukure nyame animu ni is to demonstrate from now till ye be kwa akoto aba nka da bia na e wo street mu but there were strategies bia ye be unleash as and when because o pebo atoabo anoma no ono so pe bia to asi o say minority for ye o madwen say o mba me akoye demonstration ya na electoral commission dey bibia ba say your friend is saying say the voters limited registration limited registration ne so no ehun hia papa
mame anti-way influences a quick one ye nyankra se eye fisheries commission enra omo warehouse ba kwahye condemn ye ne ora Adoi Alex Ken Nati public relations department Ghana National Fire Service ye ne nin komo Agro Alex akwaba boko de ye de nyame ase ye wa ha ne te se nra fisheries commission warehouse ba ko eja etomu eye no kre na damage ne te say
damage say master endra na ewianu mu around 1 o'clock no ni nyan nti ye say eja da fisheries commission headquarters nti intempara na ebi station na omo ministries no to an amount ekokoju honum na omukoju honum no na omuhu say a warehouse ba ko a omo store some fishing supplies near a few things in there in temporary na nkofo no engage na sibia is yen take ejuma efe ejuma in dia agro no yen nkofo no mo headquarters so e kan omo e join ni yen nkofo no free no na within less than 1 hour no you see me bring this situation under control.
Okay, fishery staff, sir. Then I will come with some. There.
Okay, into no net issue, and gas cylinders, and boxes near a few other supplies. And we say, Omode fishermen, no energy.
How big is the warehouse?
Okay, not a storeroom, not a warehouse actually. Now I say storeroom of the sort. You know, now storeroom no, very close to my administrative block no. Now you do on them no. Now your bomb say the best how we can reduce the impact of the fire. And see the end custody and administrative block no. And there was another bigger storeroom now papers, printers, there might be boxes, now and also what I say. Yeah, my Ejano and spread the alcohol. In case you confine Ejano within one room, even though said there were some damages, no, what we were able to prevent the fire from spreading, no, you know, another
but course no dear bear.
Course no dear. For now, you will say investigation, but it looks like it might have been an electrical fault.
I see.
You know, yes. But as of now, no, we are still following our lead to do the investigation.
Okay. All right. So definitely, when you are done with your investigations, are you being what the crow? Or Alex, yeah, that's very. I cry from that. I mean, yeah, that's very. Okay, so listen, we are back. On the demonstration issues.
Yeah. Enti ya tun safre edom na wie no so na ye kai amanfo so say penifo se kwati ade efe na no ye call demonstration no efe papa kwabna abrewa bi a owo sprinters wa oso onu de oni hwe oye dokono the dokono is a boy pa omni tear gas ne ba wie e dokono ne bo ankofo say oye dokono 200 packs abrewa osi oni hwe de ode be boa ne nananom enti me gina Arise Ghana for anemu ne dom na nemu ye chairman ni Kwabena Bobie Ansah so na tie adwam yi dom ahodo a omutie a ebi a omusoso ye se otwen wan kodwabo ase na enye ne ngoma e de nya ntwene akoburu enti eno soso another announcement. The last but not the least how resolved we are in Arise Ghana and together the marriage no ayefe papa me can esisudua say minority no yenuanom members of parliament no and we for best a few weeks ago ba ahokeka omoanya no say yanko so masne a Kwabena du ba bia tan ha betwa omo kama na jese omo no mzedu ba bia no mu hiamwa nipa hiamwa ti say omo ateki lead na yamwa ama sabi ɔmo ani da so te sɛ ɔmo nso antimi anya deɛ ɛwɔ so ɔmo ya ɛbɛha adwen nti no me kan sɛ so dua sɛ efi ne kure wo kan ɔmo a waka ɛna wo kan nso a waka ɔmo nti
Sure. But Bernard, Mamin Brown, with the current economic situation in this country, as we speak now, yes, by 1st September, yet to in so boom, yet to and Kania a boom. Se sia meno kasano, the taxes, ya manfu a tria ukromano, anwashi. Rent aye and a come ankasa ewo krom a come ankasa ewo krom. So we are looking at the current economic hardship. Yeah, the ordinary Ghanaian on the street ekum.
But you say no dear, okay, I say you are giving Akufo-Addo warm water to bath. Into the bia ye can say the economic hardship no edoso ana bibia ye dri and that former na papa no wan hwe ya na neni eje because I think that his major stock in trade now say he should inflict pain. He should inflict hardship on the people of Ghana. And to a very large extent, Akufo-Addo is a sadist. Bobie, what's what I say? Akufo-Addo, or a sadist. Sadist, no, or a nipa bia. Your friend is saying, how do you say sadist?
Obia re hoye na nijie.
Yes. Obia re
na nijie.
Na nijie. Nti bibia ye bia eka se Ghana for. Niema enko ye no. Akufo-Addo is very pleased and excited about the current hardship. Otherwise, in this economic difficulty, how is it that PURC ebetimi sorry, Akachre said they are coming to increase utility prices? Say okay, say the socialist movement of Ghana.
Yeah.
Any many gender activists. Epeja amuhu eko parliament say afi de mo ko akotosare ni 3 part ade no nanka na 3 cedis sesi ano
that was about how many a month ago.
Yes, and na 3 cedis sesi ano e drew 18 cedis,
in some cases 20 23 even in Nima that a honey wholesale arena no it's 23 Bernard Utobi ache
na say men Tobi because my age man ewie.
Anyway,
so it's na omodi akodru 18 cedis nti omo nyina eko parliament and the speaker of parliament eko ka say sanitary pad pa
Kwabena to be ada
sanitary pad. What up pampers and
sanitary pad?
Can ya they were
near my use no sanitary pad. Almost say
and I'll see how to be.
Me busasa Utobi ana because they were
busa Mr. Ansah so to be.
That be Toby.
And me busa Mr. Ansah.
Me what girls? I have my daughters. I have to buy for them. Are they open uncle resident? Oh Davi.
Yaman.
Obviously no. The cost of living is too high and unbelievable. Now all of a sudden, electricity, water, Masai atuso. Afe dia mo ka kire se nia na yentimi entuano. You are even increasing it. You know, I think that economists na nya yeni na yekosia. Because businesses are collapsing because of electricity and water. So sir.
Yeah.
And Mona Moka say yes, we are out of COVID-19 danger. But I know say COVID-19 no. So here be brain in so that we can continue to wash our hands and do what we have to do. And yes, sir. Na ene mo tutu because even in the current prices no nipa be brain to in so bills. or muntmin tuya your friend is saying electricity. Now that you have gone to increase it again, how are people going to pay? Commander, you be yeden etuya.
I don't know you. Edding.
You be yeden etuya.
A very tough situation. Very tough.
So obviously, it is a terrible situation for every one of us. Now, one share ebaha, and I'm wondering, because if you are a business and you cannot pay now, you cannot pay water.
Yeah, it's so close.
You cannot pay electricity because taxes now also already is high. How are you going to pay these further increases? And unti ena ultimi who say people will do everything to cut corners to get electricity. Into a lot of illegal connections now is because we don't think well. In economics, you level your friend saying, the cost of operation for the businessmen. When they are able to operate, they will make profits. When they are able to make profit, their businesses will expand. When their businesses are expanding, government will get revenue. But when their businesses are contracting and shrinking, how do you think that a business that has collapsed will generate taxes for you? So you will keep piling up, your friend is saying, tax assessment on companies, and these companies, many of them have folded up.
Now, Kwabena, asemi aye ken.
I don't know.
Kwabena, asemi aye ken.
And go we are member street.
Bobie, I don't know in America, but that is the painful reality. So when you have a sadist president, na or yet namo okachine say enkoya, that is the time they add more pain. And I think that Akufo-Addo is a classic example of a fascist regime.
Abekun Kroma. Okay, so Abraham Abdul Razak. Also, Kwabena, if you say a kom ewo kroma, a understatement. The truth is that we are dying. That is the reality. Chris says, if you don't know that the evil tribalistic MPP is behind the ownership of the men's gold, then you are okay. So it goes on. But Uncle Rex, Yadru Bebia. Last time I heard my younger brother or mine, Kwabena or something. Yeah. Me ko a video be so, and that is the argument as you say MPP for no year. And this mama change it because and Yama Buono and this intimi mama tete Yama Boso. But my what a video in show. I go for in 2016. Young Congo Tie Asma Okai.
Ne ba beti petrol so udu also ana petrol boa ana ekoso ne ba beti petrol so udu also ana petrol boa ana ekoso ne ba beti niama so if say me ba me yafo this one brand so grad yafo nya e wa no and then only keke one cd ya yakai keke one cd ya yakai Bia boye day. Eme yafo to me to be. Ne ba beti petrol so udu also ana petrol boa ana ekoso. Ne ba beti niama so if say me ba me yafo this one brand so grad yafo nya e wa no. And then only keke one cd ya yakai. Keke one cd ya yakai. Bia boye day. Eme yafo to me to be. Ne ba beti petrol so udu also ana petrol boa ana ekoso.
Kwabena in 2016. Na kenke one CD ya ne nwanwa. Say adenti na say kenke ya one CD.
That now can you say kenke one CD now? Na onti asio. We are talking about 10 CDs. One CD now can na Ghana CD.
Ghana City.
Add 4 zeros. Now you 10 CDs. Into say our talking back now. You are buying it at 50,000.
10 CD no.
Yes. Since I can't get back with 50,000 cities.
That's 5 cities.
That's 5 cities.
Yes.
Wow. Akufo-Addo, so tie the rhetorics and then the campaign. They will say another. This is a person I want in the team. Oma shed that a planning, a packaging and throw. And now Oma who Oma as steady and we say Ghana for any baby, you know. Sabi. Omu tia sembi ano masum just like that. In person may use the word gullible. And so obe packaging trono normal repeating trono over and over and over and over. And then Akufo-Addo kroya and then dokono kenkena no say 1 cedi on TV that say kenkena 5 cedis. And so pad kona ko bisa Akufo-Addo krona na bisa hwa asem obeka. Obenya semaka aja justify the entity kenkeye 5 cedis. You see, sadly way nama and bebre lose interest in politicians. It's like obe can't throw to get my power. Kwabena adenti na kenkebua enko do 5 cedis. If o central banker omu twa sika gum e di value with sika no a. It you know the value of 1 cedi. Sa time no say akoye ye 100 cedis ya say issue. Say 100 cedis u year. Just say, only talk bibi kitwa bi na asa. Just go to restaurant na we didn't want ya careful. Ube we near the bill 100 cedis abrew. 150, 100 and just say bibi kitwa bi abeto be say ah. The other time me call some restaurant bi na your toy friend say red yeah. A friend say gobe.
Yeah.
Saturday you could try be 15 cedis in there. Say so ko ni gobe ni bro mi anoma bro bill 60 cedis. Gobe. You know, this is what is happening. Kokwa ya toto onam kwanchan ya. Bumtwa bako 5 cedis, 3 cedis, 5 cedis. Kokwa ya toto. And ya turn 50 pesos. Wow. Ade a ekoso ne say said obi kan no. Enye se ekom wokrum. People are dying. Private businesses, especially the SMEs, they are collapsing. Enra, I went to Spintex Road. Na me hwehwe semenya baby omo ton forklift. Brand new. I just wanted to know the capacities in there. Spintex Road that would draw. A why yet to say butu crofo. A why you bomb. What you say? Shops in the Bray. I'm a friend say cars and then I say for any machinery banning. I know and as a shop no more. I say I'm finding my maybe. I say there's something going on in this country, but why? Sikanwa SS a turning around a revolver microphone and I'm crofo we. Now say bisa say if a minister of state it misses some millions of dollars and it pounds you know why the koguni dem it means where you see kana F circulation koguni dem it you know what just say it affects the economy because what makes the economy grow is when the money is in the system and air circulating. So we have so many people in government almost takisika almost hodu sika in their bedrooms. Minimum almost see down villages. I hear a friend say,
Oma dagi from.
Oma hear a friend say basement. I dagi from. I physical cash. They are kuguho.
For what?
It is.
For what?
It's
No.
it's a sign.
Why are they doing that?
It's a sign of unenlightenment.
Why are they doing that?
Greed. Sheer greed. Obia sabi. Onwe na ntwe da na ntwenam da no akonya brebo or the nsame enu left and right or from what you say. That is what is going on. I know some people are sabi before MPP beba ban mu no na sabi o almost rekra no madi
Enya
and I say they are just as kind of bu almost so yes a filthy rich anya say bia wa ban mu mpo ni nua bia damfo bi wo fa si bi na wa ban mu. You know, so something is happening in this country, and that is the reflection. Idea happened on Bank of Ghana. It's a reflection. It's just a tip on the iceberg. Something because Akufo-Addo now a president, you know, or no one can corruption no jare no, or you're reckless, or you're lawless, even though you're a lawyer, but you're lawless and reckless. Because I was very, very shocked. Tama Sicilia da pass me by.
Yeah.
I was expecting said the first person like I said Masakio was the president. But then way wanye or Kenya mama mina resign at on the time or pay. nkrofo ye dede na na maame no resign ebi asem no beka thank you very much for resigning my dear Sisi I know you be exonerated a president our minister or employee asisa o Mexico say ya onwa nisika say o Mexico asisa koguni fie onwa nisika some can say many evidence you know so the whole situation is this attitude of materialism extreme materialism ain't making sense. Enti nipa nisika say ya na obedi enti say wote na wo man ma enkwala nya aduane ni nko school sabe obi a wo ye weka wa brese me tika mu na me hwe so the young girls ebre wa Ghana ka kwan ho ensuo tono na mu eton bibi kitikiti bi because minim say wan ton only.
No, but with these issues though obi beka say it has stayed with us for long and you go the buy.
I'm saying say it has become worse. There are certain hustles out there, street life. Enam starting one or two. What I say? When you are doing something, you live in a country that country gives you hope. Say may struggle, but me say me struggler, I'll make a way. And no, it's a positive struggling. But when you are living in a country where hope has taken away from you, you are struggling. No, it's like manya. Just say manya mi nidi, manya mi nim diameye. Opa na mahagana for him. Go to private businesses and see what is happening. Now what your mind muna say? Your friend is say, o Bank of Ghana, Central Bank, etumi twasika gum 77 billion. O Central Bank etumi lose 60.8 billion. Obviously, your friend say, enyashi. Na obia yedin. Because me say Ghana me who say we have a government too. Me who Ghana say a government too. Any president too. We have a cabal. A cabal penetrated through all sectors and all aspects of our life. Judiciary.
But whatever. The tell me busa say me Bobie. Me now sorry danka say NDC ye crudging.
No, nobody has said so.
And everything was rosy.
Nobody has said that.
And that then I will never do that. Nobody and then that's say yes. However, me busa minim de ekoso sesio. Ba onim de am nwa say e den no bitimi bobra na ba ne trim say me first ka we de akosie dem. Enye say ya me minister me opposition we ya mama adwuma na bi amaye na manya so bi be 5% bi and that commission commission we dey emfa sa and eje bi a obehwe no 50,000 bi so ya ne dey den no but enipa no say me twasika me nkwaji approval mumma yesika ye nkwaji approval ye diska no wi akọ na ko ka kire wo mo say sika na ahyeagu. However, me the taxes are to almost so knowing that beverages any other name amount for crap and the omo no hanyina no yamutu is not going. Me we are me kwa for baby a friend PFG ye no so mu nwie sika no na mo mfa nko mamu nwie aduane no mu wi a fertilizer ye betam de akoto no Burkina ni aka chom say omo de afrum ponko ene e kat de ko. How onipa does any better yes hard how?
I mean, my main twice on mount. Our parents be the Operation Vanguard. In Nipana Yasuma almost someone cost stop galamsey no. In Ghana for any son, yes, someone cost stop galamsey, but in real sense, no one can put corporate to move God woman to be among money from them, nothing more protective or more, no mutuana mojimo. That is why we never succeeded with Operation First Vanguard. It was not to protect Ghana's interests, it was to make money for them. They used legitimacy to send our security forces to go to the villages and whatever. Almost upon more mass some gold nina. I feel no a deal. You protect them. It is so you need what they are so be okay. No more to go, no more job share. Look, I'm telling you, say, Sabi in Prediasa. Obian Kase NDC. You're crudging because Ghana, our structure as a country, no need a political system, no cannot make anybody crudging. How do people spend to go to parliament? To even qualify for your prime minister, not 5 million Ghana cedis be there. So there's no free lunch anywhere. It will go through her as a sort of finding a way. for somebody to become a president of a country, you spend so much money. So, I don't know, but we are doing comparison. John Mahama borrowed 54 billion, and we saw what he used the money for. Nobody has said John Mahama is an angel. No Ghanaian politician is an angel. Meme to menye angel. What you say? But we are comparing, say, Akufo-Addo has borrowed over 300 billion. He has nothing to show. And the reflection of what is happening in this country tells us what actually the money is being used for. They are stealing the money, stacking the stock, hoarding the money. And he can't say anything because he has become a clearing agent. Sabi, who yes can now invest or Ghana, Mabrunya, Jumani Bikraya. But right now they are stock, you see, they are hoarding the money. Almost says cannot their private jet, they are baby. That is what is going on. What is the justification of Akufo-Addo renting private jet? Why we have a presidential jet? Why do you think he was doing that?
Anyway, I'll come back to you. So, Senior Alfred Ogbami, I'll be joining here in the studio. In fact, although pioneer for bro, Akwaba. You watch it. You watch it.
Pacho. Chopper.
Papa.
I'm going to them a cafanti. Maminfa chopper ma itifo na also or Sunday. I catch him danger, me burn them now. Yeah, you may be a month to member.
Yeah. That's true.
Time counting, I mean, my contribution is there.
Yeah, from Bank of Ghana issues and other economic issues.
Ghana the best case scenario, and this is a lot of partners. As and there, this is a lot of part. Almost all her adult life has worked in the public service.
Okay.
From mayor to MP to Minister of State. And Mranzu Chere say public service, especially as an MPR, you are not allowed by law to do any other work. And that if you have to do any other work, you have to go to Parliament and seek permission. Or body that supervises, that will grant you the authority. It has to be written there. You can be a parliamentarian and work. And they give you permission to that effect. And the parliamentarians are lawyers. And when they be a quarter, he would have sought and gotten that permission. Because the law does not allow you to do any other work. My church suggests that Cecilia Adepa has no such approval from Parliament to do any other work. No, we do be your on your $1 million. Now, since even over 200 all a life, there is no way Cecilia Adepa, even if Naketria owned Dibia, should have made $1 million. And yet, she had over $1.4 million stolen. On your don't know who. And I thought we the way we are. And yet, more it was what was stolen that she never even knew was stolen. Until the crew bear or kohun there. Over Tria came to meet there. We were there, Sana warrior operation. Then they begin to look a counter. This is what is shot out of mortar. Charlie, that should give you an imagination of what she had in her house. Kinda more ni bank accounts only a different. And so far, the media reports there in and out. It was quite substantial. Of course, the lawyers actually Joy FM should apologize. Joy FM said, no way, a pioneer in court. Go to court and claim we defend you. We'll come to court and defend. They haven't sued. It tells me a lot. But Makade, our problem is symptomized by Cecilia Adepa, because mommy patch in there. You have public officers who instead of living by good example, there, sebi mpo, mpo you should be saving it in the banking system for it to go round and to help the economy. But there, sebi baby di agrumpa agru wo bedroom, anya mpa agru na wo. Mpa agru na ebi asho o she mpa agru na se no woti dede pam dede. Because when you think of it, and you know the most absurd part of it. What you escape, and you know, last year, that time, no, the youngest girl now with the 18, no, with the 17. Ma was at some court. She went confidently to court, claiming them is me they where we are. And despite advice, she was insisting. And the reason why I say there is symptomatic in there. For her to even have the courage, without realizing that she is a public service office holder, and that there will be legitimate concerns as to the source of this kind of money, because there is no way she could have legitimately made this money. And that is exactly why somebody by no joke or the brother there. Or gold be a Kwakunetri. Or the question go to be an old that no Kwakunetri. It was the year and in my day. On the Fabre. And you see, for not to realize the potential, it tells a lot. And I say it's also symptomatic because you see, if you realize that Attorney General is the advice or the mayor, you realize an Attorney General was cooking an excuse for her. There's a kind of kind of eventually, what would that assembly they departed from that position? Sure. Like legendary Rexoma. American legendary Sebi. In there, but what would you Sebi? Where now? I mean, this was it's still a great musician. And I'm happy with his media contributions. Okay, look. Problem here 1 year in there. On the day, John Mahama or his administration was made up of angels. No. But he saw a leader who made a conscious and deliberate decision. There, obey Odoniman, obey more older ya or man betumpon. Enti abeyiwa onyim de obi record na kare o ma me dream policy is the me na me nya bere $1 million na me jai hwamoke yo also onya $1 million honestly she would go to other things and live oyidi when ya when you 1.4 million oh what you also onya more. And that lady was kicked out. In that, most people feel that John Mama was wrong in doing so. I say he was right. Because surgery woman, you must set up, you must live by certain standards.
Yeah.
A public service must be by certain standards.
Yeah.
And if you fail to implement the kind of standards you have the kind of resource unfortunately President Akufo-Addo Enye. Mekai 2017.
Yeah.
I was on Newsfire. It was, I think, 24th or 23rd December, end of year program. And downtime, you know, I can cash for seats. Asamnaba. And the president made a declaration, though, no, the 1 year, one song, the report will come out, or like they'll be cleaned. And I said, the president was making a mistake. In as much as loyalty matters, when you're a leader, what matters more is the loyalty of your people to you. Your loyalty to them must be expressed in certain lights. Then you go clearing them. At that time, President Kade wire investigation, BNI. Now only 10 people paid for cash for seats. I was on that program with Kweku Baku. Ace was on that section of the program. Former Shraj Commissioner Emil Short was also on that same day program. And I remember the report was read. The BNI report on 10, NIPA 10. And the president, he feels there was nothing wrong with the Parliament nevertheless went ahead.
Yeah.
Because in the end, you know, the majority had a different report, which they schemed to make sure that only more President Akan would tally, and the minority had a report. But most people have forgotten. Even the majority MPP report came to the conclusion that 17 people had paid. The president said 10.
Can you imagine?
The president BNI report said 10.
Meanwhile, committee parliamentary report now MPP full what they know what it one. What's 17? Senpai.
And I had won.
But do you remember say Akufo-Addo Akofa parties ka na ohininto committee report no mo kofa Joe Wise over so no so counter report.
You see?
So
what happened in there? Right from there, I think the president started mortgaging his own ability to rein in his team. Because all he needed to do near there, wait until the opposition you could state. But you see, the president had a position of Obianyim right now. What led to the position of often predicting the decision ahead of time for the committee and whoever is investigating to be whipped to fall in line. That has been his style. Every style has a certain weakness. Jomama's style was different because he tried as much as possible to live by the books and to try as much as possible. You look at the public interest, you look at the political interest, and go by it. And I think that I pray that the NDC will still live by that example because what has happened in there? Look, I fear for this country. The standards have been sunk so low. So low.
Too bad.
And everything has become so justifiable. Cecilia, look at the kind of reason. Oh, Nima you had a year. Boba Lekrane ye no ya. Bob Malempo, Sabi Asanti, Hinini Mamimpo. A year sika in no ya. What's a year in Sawa? Wabono. Ni papa, ni the family had a heirloom, no woko toy. You think of all these things, and it's the same thing they've transferred onto the Bank of Ghana thing. You had a governor who's created the most mess by any governor in the history of this country. Ebinzida. Opoka 60 billion. Epede ewu 60 billion ah. John Mama sika ojini nyina odi ye Accra, Seko Dubai, Terminal 3. Modi ye nyina it was 54. Less than Afiba near governor of Bank of Ghana say. If you want to see the magnitude that is what we are talking of. Sika Joma meji nya busia po no mukana ye sabi ye see na ye no sabi tafrate teni whatever insults. Onumpo sebisa obetumi a chel de ebinesi we. Onsu sika governor of the Bank of Ghana afikro. Onya 7 years 4 years it read your mama did within a year, single year. Because since your you wasted spend the following year, then you are going higher. You wasted that in a single year. Cost loss of value of our stake in terms of equity in the bank. Violated negative. Just say she can say you a sky the share company nimu no. 100% shares are. Or no when sisi ama na nka 40 o asisi under na no started or negative or kwasi we twam about 0 ama then it started going negative.
Or they are share reverse.
In traffic, crowd never be do 0. Answer they are share reverse. Reverse negative. Reverse qualify share. Or the share reverse no call half of the reverse. And yet it doesn't have the decency of mind.
Just walk away.
There comes a time when one must walk away and set a certain moral standard. Even if man shudder and I may and where they
but I see what me pencil.
Even if Sabi
man
shudder.
But I see what me pencil.
Saying, see, me pension. I want to take the moral ground and say that let me walk off, get somebody to continue.
But you see, the other side of the argument is that if he walks away, then what will be behind to another thinking, no?
Yeah, but
so let me stay and defend.
You can stay. You can't defend. It doesn't make sense. Look at defense. Okay, once we see Bank of Ghana do a profit, yeah, then you are say, oh, yeah, I feel we 1.4 million profit, 1.5.
It will catch us higher.
It wouldn't say yes. It is a mobile profit. Then why are you telling us the profit? And you see profit now for say you see the 60 billion loss it is so insignificant.
It ain't mean concerned that.
Yeah. No, so why do you even go there? You are talking of Nkofua Sika for maintenance of cars alone. At me talk pickups more than 80. Missy pickups V8.
More than 100.
More than 100. V8. Top class V8. And you are talking of staff level of just 2,200 and something. And yet they all can know this is the staff. Few people. Ansah and Sebi. On no printing is Kano. They are sitting on it. They have been given independence, some level of independence by the constitution. And Sebi, minister is spending 2 years, boom, boom. And in Kofu beside Neskano, did you even see or feel the money in the system? You are talking of a beer on him. He knew what was causing the inflation at the time we were complaining. He knew they were printing more money into the system. They've ordered some, and therefore more money was chasing fewer goods, causing inflation. Serious running inflation here won't be there more than 40 years. He knew. And yes, it was every monetary, if he was solving a problem, he knew what the problem was. Yes. And even when we're catching there, this is what you've done. I don't go, no, actually, when you more do I issue press releases? Now we all know all those statements were false. What moral authority do you have to carry on?
So, with the explanation, I'm tempted to believe that even Omo report no the bab on tenua exposes anima we no even almost suppresses
that is actually the best report they could put up. But this is the worst.
Almost suppresses
this is the most sanitized report.
Yeah.
It's the most sanitized report. The best they could do.
So the worst is there that we don't know.
Yes. Now, there are even disparities between the press conference he had in Nida. The press conference he issued, the figures he released, as against the figures of their report, there are disparities.
Yeah, that's true.
Various disparities.
So why is he doing that to himself?
There was a time when he wanted to resign. Also, it's now.
Oh really?
Oh yes, I had very strong. He at the point that I wanted to go.
Kwabena, why are you asking this question? Yet he had na Kufuado buy and was say. Nasiru.
Sorry.
Kotranche, Metriauka. Only a friend says,
I'll pay all, yes, I'll pay all your severance.
I'm bringing my own.
Scanner, it's now why baby birds and 16. I'll calculate, we call it 7. Never call.
Nafako, Nami Metria, the Miami governor, On na met me na ejuma.
Because it me.
That is what he did.
You say I do one mother. And to be frank with you, I sometimes look, I must say this. I never wished MPP to fail. Never in my life.
Oh, if they fail, we fail.
Exactly.
If they fail, Ghana fail.
That was my exactly.
If they fail, we fail.
I actually thought there.
Look, me Joano, minia. Edu ka say me free tema e ba adwuma. And I'm 100 cities to me feel me car.
You want to be happy?
Well, I'll be happy.
Because then what it means.
So why should I present a Kufaru should fail?
I've never said this in public. Sometimes I may can't, as I may criticize it, Akufo-Addo, I feel pain in my heart because the Nana Akufo-Addo that I knew, na me koni fear.
Really?
Me koni fear was a friend say, Rich. Me koni fear was East Legon.
Yeah.
I never, ever in my wildest dream thought Senana ever disappointed Ghana this way. Never. It is a mission. What is going on?
What am I seeing?
Because the Nana Akufo-Addo the way. Look, honestly speaking.
Anyway,
it's so sad because you want. Like I'm saying, fair. I was expecting the truth of the matter in there. Elevate the standards before you. So come and do better than Jamama. So what it means is that the next stage of the election will be about higher competition.
Yeah, you raise the bar.
Yeah. And that is how society is developed.
Because also President Kufuor Obeyebi Opejemu.
Masa, he wasn't perfect. He came to do
what he can.
Then
also
came and took out, this
or some calmness people system.
Exactly.
We can see say leadership with respect. Obuaman for no.
And there is this distributive process there, and he tried to kill it. He improved it a bit.
Yeah. Then John Mama came in infrastructure.
Right. That's part of the propaganda. We're gonna for Wayebi. But as of now, Masa, Kroma Yeshi.
Talk about the justice system.
Look, you have a judiciary that is so. Most people believe it's so compromised there. You can easily predict. And to my surprise, why when you're there, where you when you Supreme Court even knows there were unanimous service.
Yeah, oh yes.
All of a sudden, you have a Supreme Court, for example. Where dissent in Chenkatitino, you read the judgment, you read the dissent, those who dissented.
Yes.
And sometimes you actually like Riakoto and those cases are where those who dissented at the time of the judgment, their judgment unanimous
because they've been threatened.
As if they don't have differences in mind. So we concur.
As if they sleep together and think together.
But even in thinking together, there are even cases, law cases, where the majority are together, there are differences in their thinking and thoughts and holdings on certain issues. Yes. Even election petition 2013, you read, you realize that maybe 5. On this one it was 5-3. On this one it was this number. Yeah. On this because there are variations, and it is these different thought processes, different thinking processes,
and that is what the law students use this year. They pick opinions and other friends comments are ever.
One of the most celebrated juries all over the world.
There was statute. You are called for black law judgment. Now, open dissent one.
Black for dictionary. Look, Lord Denny. One of the most celebrated juries of what in the world. What happened? Most where he was on a minority, rulings no man became over years, became the most celebrated. became the majority opinion because they were solid. So he had cause to believe in Motro. Over time vindicated him. And you want to encourage the judiciary to be exposing decision. Now, when one person write the opinion for all the 7 judges, even in the unanimity, there can be differences of opinion. Well, you'll be dragged to the Supreme Court and punished. Look, for the Bank of Ghana and Samsung, I'm convinced beyond reasonable doubt. But let me even use this example. Some of the best buildings, dollar on your CDO, dollar appreciates most of the time.
And drop it, sir.
And indeed, that is why we most people convert currencies into it as a safer currency to guard against inflation. Because in there, what 10 cedis 3 months ago could buy, in order to talk. But if you have the $10, the value is likely to go up. So even if you are going to lose something, it's just going to be marginal. Some of the most fantastic buildings in this country, $10 million, $12 million. The most expensive, which is also supposed to be a bank, is a bank, international bank, Eco Bank. One building, and it's a glass.
That vice president building, no, I've
forgotten to claim.
Okay, you.
But the most expensive, which is Eco Bank, bank building. No, what the same area where Bank of Ghana are going to build their headquarters. No, it's supposed to be 60. Then we decided there, you can see new bank. The contract 87. According to the governor yesterday, there is the revision is 120 something. Forgotten exactly. 126. But if you do the calculation per the square meter and the cost, it's over 260.
Let me read this to you. The Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has expressed shock after finding out that the official residence under construction for the country's vice president will cost the country a whopping $13.9 million.
Okay.
He was
shocked about
that. Shocked.
And as the chairman of the economic management team, he decided, and with the governor there, they will spend $250 million US. $250 million US.
Wait, 13 was in one billion.
In fact, Ghana over a quarter of $1 billion US. Yes.
Yeah.
$250 million is 250.
250. Yeah. Even the $15 million net that's no crown. Ukofa vice president build na and Bruno. 13.
And you see the most salient thing, the shocking thing in there. It never struck any of these people that $250 million ni assembly ekeno.
Yeah.
Saglemi. For all thousands of people here in Kofi, no.
Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah. One single building with less in terms of sophistication, security than the Ecobank building. Per one hour share the what is it? What they have something engineers call
dimensions.
Not the dimensions that Nyama what the calculations that Nyama quantity surveys and assessment is a undo
QX.
But Obro, and it never struck anybody. There, Massa, you paid it in poor. Easy on your say. But why am I shocked? Why am I not shocked? Your memoir. I think I could take Cathedral. Coca Cathedral, 100 million. 100 million, 150. 200.
Oh, Munyayo.
300.
Oh, Munyayo.
400. 500. You see, You see, some of the things it defy. Masa, you ask yourself, what is happening?
Was it defies the law of gravity.
You see, and this is just for the, you know, meanwhile the compensation. You want now then we are going over $1 billion US dollars.
Yeah.
Yes, we are going over almost to $1 billion US dollars.
Yeah.
You ask yourself, what is
happening? A movie judges from that site or more abiding private residences a month. Yeah, no problem.
And people say, look, if you want to build even a cathedral, policy making and policy implementation can be used as a development tool. And indeed, that is what is used all over the world.
Exactly.
So why don't you earmark a beer, say mountain beer, and use that as a leverage to develop that area? Instead, what we do here? You can see in the end, you know. You two tokro.
Senior.
The most expensive, the most expensive in the world.
Can I ask you a question? Meanwhile, Juma Kakra from Hello FM time. And I quite remember those days. Muba Kumasi, you, Kwame Sefakai, sometimes maybe Ansah, Kwesi Pratt. Ama Benyado. And that time now I know, say, you are somehow close to Akufo-Addo. You know him.
Yeah.
And like and I'm for ya munyina mudi agro tipen.
That's a fact. And
that time now who believe we say on your opportunity or the eba be drew baby a drew and I say now believe in his capabilities.
No, you see, let me be very truthful.
Yeah.
I knew Akufo-Addo, but I wasn't as close to him like Kweku and Kwesi.
Okay.
But I was close to his family members.
Yeah.
And I believe in certain principles and in the crowd up to now. For example, most people don't know. One of the reasons why I went and apologized to Professor Mills over the story now about his health, though, it was because on Peace FM I had a position that I don't deal with health issues of people unless that health issue will incapacitate the person from performing the function. So my paper, I had that position on that program. I mean, my reporter, then editor, is the editor today of the Ghanaian Observer. All these stories in the womb in my absence. Maybe I got furious. I had a call from Uncle Atu. I said, "Oh, Alfred, I wasn't like, yeah, why, Mr. Uncle Atu? Please arrange. I want to go and apologize, Prof." At that time, now people have done the story. Everybody was insisting on defending. I said, "I want to defend this story publicly. This is my position. This is my paper. I want to defend it." So I called Uncle Atu, called Babu, called Prof. Prof said, "Are you sure you come?" I said, "Oh, I'm coming." Then Mekwe Koku was there, Segbefia, Ayariga, apologize became an issue. The point I'm making is that there are certain principles I try to live by. I'm not perfect. And on some issues I defended Akufo-Addo because I believe in those things. And even today, those kind of things. I still, even today, if you read it, I'm telling you, I'll defend it because it's principle. But if I tell you that in my wildest of thoughts, my worst of dreams, even at that time, much made dream there. I'm one of
no, I know you. You're not even
maybe I have my hands here. I say, but maybe our mom cocaine. At that time, I'm in there. I would have believed that the current president would say KSU, and I never would have thought so. Not in my life. But then, when it started, and one of those people who tried to get to friends, and look, I think bad precedence examples have been set. You know, in initial stages, sometimes some of these things get done because people are angry, but I expected that. And you see, it started from so many issues to the way they decided to collapse banks. And it was obvious to me that there was a certain level of pettiness, targeting without examining the overall effect. Let me give you an example. Before, I happened to have met him, discussed a few things with him. And next I realized that Oya Santinia, the very first day of bank crime was to pass through Accra to go to America. From a Kumasi village somewhere.
It's so sad.
He didn't even come from
Very
Kumasi.
interestingly, our time is up.
Oh, gee.
We are about to enjoy the show.
Some other time.
From this point, can we do this tomorrow?
Mommy, I know that you want to way, but
yes.
I think I want to make more regular. Let's look at another day.
It's so unfortunate.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show on Benya FM. Me pacho mami winners no. Mkobo bi wo Ghana ACD. And maka asem we say Bobie Ansah, I wish say Orajo Mahama your opportunity no. Na ose obe repeat and no mistakes here. Orajo Mahama on funny easy. Me sorry maka asem we 8 years. Me now for nyame adom me wura nkran na me nim obia for whatever reason. JM saw me and he liked me, introduced me to Professor Mills. Professor Mills with me just one day, and it's like, whoa, young man. Me whom penny for them. But 8 years, I never walked to any office. Me near afraid office grab man called that. And this Nibian when you appoint where I say Bobie bar office. But now me okay because at least with me movie around. I am me businesses in kakra. Now me very content. To me sorry say me ko press mame contract and now mame BB. Into at least say your environment is serene. Your boy a homodin. Your brie mo journey. Your juma. Medidi. All that we want is a good governance. List over, it will shock you people. I have discussed politics with him. Just create an environment. That is the reason why we sit here. Not because we hate, not because we don't like somebody's face, not because we will be time. No. But create an environment. You talk to businessmen, MPP businessmen, they tell you, Kwabena, somebody called me from Kumasi today, okay, the same chairman. Made me a show poultry farmers, a young support to a Kufuadua, and then on poultry farm, and this time on poultry farm, so when we come here and we talk simply because your person mining AAE. We are grateful for your time at A4. Hope we'll continue it another day. Hello? 3500 mewa.
My fan of form.
Bakade.
My fan of form.
Adam.
But Chavez 3 times cry, and then I 4th time.
No, but you see, 555, 20 cities. 20 cities no the 500 now.
Oh, my fan of form.
Boko.
Enye
better. All right, thank you. I congrats. Yeah, that's it. Mami Kofa, another winner on the line. Hello. Pacha Frose.
My friend Benjamin Saka.
Saka. Because Benjamin Saka. Mzeni nga Saka fast.
My fan of form.
What for the form?
Oh, Bobie.
Allah. Allah. What for the form?
My fan of form. I say, sorry, no, we didn't cancel for no.
Ensro. Ya sorry so.
Me say na preach pa.
So, who preach pa? May your branch pastor. What?
Anka mi na diki na anka mi pe.
Me de be ma. Ya tira me. O de here ne say tira ye parish a be area ho a botai hia ye be ba ho ye be sira so ama mo. Why? That's it. All right, so that's it. But me fa aye me another winner. Omo 4 2 akademfa. Hey, any Heart Builders Real Estate men catch Ghana for. Say omo aba. Nsaso dwumadie. Quick credit ye do almost papa. Give us Herbal Center. Womu ye bray. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Omu ye gajo. O post in yadro in boost herbal mesano. And no top choco. Ye do almost mesramo. At least what try your your birthday. Me produce your queria. Ghana for mamu nyesa. Diamondi be ban move from rantem. Ne wa hwa do abodua. Obodua beka obia efie ha. Alaja go we de bia wani na echeri bibi da. O pesa.
Hey, say the mako hu e Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic.